we created a custom renderer for this React application, chat. This is a React application that is rendered using Raylib, this one, this library for game development, and MicroUI, a library for UIs. We brought them together, we created a Node.js plugin that brings them together, and we created a custom renderer for React application to do this kind of stuff. App.jsx. So this is how it looks like. We can update something in here. This is in fact React. So let me close this entire window. We just updated this entire thing. We have to recompile, and it says this is in fact React, but it's rather small in here, right? So maybe we can just increase the button in here. Yeah, maybe we can make it a little bit bigger. Yeah, there we go. So this is in fact React. So it cannot support all variety of different elements, right? So you have to go ahead and implement them. But the whole sort of like a skeleton of this render is already there. So we established the entire stack. Now you can go ahead and just like add more and more meat on top of that skeleton. That was a horrible experience, honestly. But I did it anyway. Hello everyone, and welcome to yet another recreational programming session with Mr. Azuzin. So I've been dumpster diving the other day into a Facebook organization on GitHub just to find some interesting content, right? So, and specifically I was looking into React, and React repo is actually kind of cool. It's kind of interesting. It's not React the library, it's actually a collection of packages, right? So, and so for those who don't know how React works, so React as a library, as an original library, you can even find it in here. So here it is. It's a pretty small library on its own. So it implements sort of like the logic, the virtual DOM and stuff like that. I think they don't call it a virtual DOM anymore. Do we have any professional React developers in the chat? I think they stopped calling it a virtual DOM because it kind of got a bad rep or something. They call it like fibers or whatever, I think, but I'm not 100% sure, so don't quote me on that. So it just implements this like a virtual thingy, right? But by itself, it is incapable of rendering that virtual DOM thing. Right, so for that, it needs a renderer, and one of such renderer, which is commonly used on the front end, is called React DOM. This is something that we discovered on our previous React stream, you know, that one, right? So I'm going to leave the link to that stream in the description. So, and essentially what it does, it takes that virtual DOM and it kind of like maps it to the DOM of the browser. So, and since it has this architecture where the actual engine is kind of separated from the renderer, I thought, can I create my own renderer? That would have been kind of cool. So, and I was looking around and I found this interesting thing, right? So you can just create the React renderer yourself, right, from scratch, but there is a little bit of a helper which is called React Reconciler. So it's an experimental package for creating custom React renderers. So if I understood correctly, like it's like helps you to create custom renderers from scratch. And on the previous stream, by the way, that previous stream is also going to be in the description. And in fact, I think I'm gonna maybe combine these two streams together into a playlist because they are kind of related. In the previous stream, we did a little bit of an experiment where we tried to write a Node.js add-on in C++ that actually glued together Node.js and Raylib. Right, so if we managed to do that, so here is the little bit of a C++ code that basically just creates a bunch of bindings for Raylib, right? So, and now in here, Node.js is actually kind of cool in that regard. You can create like a native extension, and Node is a native extension, right? So .node, it's literally an SO file as far as I know, just renamed to .node, right? And you can literally require that native SO file and it will actually work and you can start using this entire thing. So if you try to run this entire stuff, it will literally create a window because this is a Raylib window, right? So as you can see, we created a window and we organized an event loop, and on each iteration we're cleaning the background with the red color. So I was thinking, can I actually create a custom renderer for React that uses Raylib? That sounds like a fucking funny joke. I want to do that. I have no idea if I will succeed. Because the last time I tried React, it was a complete fucking abomination. Holy shit. But I want to fucking try that. I want to fucking try that. I want to see if it is possible. So yeah, sounds good. Sounds Gucci. Sounds a fucking Tamaguchi. Let's fucking go. So we probably need to write a little bit of a React example. Right, so my idea is that I want to have like a simple React application that works in the browser, right? And then I want to take literally the same application, literally the same component, and just use it with a different renderer, which is a Raylib renderer, and it's gonna have the same functionality. Something super simple, something like hello world level simple, nothing too complicated, right? So I hope with the reconciler I won't have to implement too many methods. Luckily they have like a bunch of examples in here, and then also they have a bunch of links to like entire articles like discussing this kind of stuff. Hopefully I'll be able to open them, right? So because right now I don't have a VPN, so if it doesn't open with VPN, we're kind of a little bit cooked, but not much, right? So, but let's actually put it aside. Well, like at any point, we maybe can use some sort of an archive thing. So yeah, let's actually try to maybe create like some sort of like a, you know, React hello world. I'm thinking about like maybe creating a button which uses use state, and just like every time you click on it, it increments the counter, right? So sounds good to me, right? So if we manage to port that specific application to Raylib, I'm gonna declare today's stream as success, but I don't really know. Medium does not work in Russia. Well, nothing works in Russia. Like, didn't they recently ban speed test? Yes, I think Roskomnadzor literally, like today, banned speed test. Wait, I want to check that. Wait a second. Speed test. Okay, let's fucking go. No, it still works. It still fucking works. Thank you for exposing my IP. So anyways. Yeah. Debated. Fucking debated by Roskomnadzor. But anyway, so I'm gonna just restart my my router is going to be different IP, don't worry about it. Anyways, so let me see. So let's create like button count or whatever. So this is going to be count. So I don't remember how to create React applications. Everything we did on that stream, like I forgot everything. So we'll have to go through all of that suffering again together. So let's fucking go. It's probably going to be the most difficult part of the stream, by the way, creating a counting button with React. just so you know, I have a huge allergy to complexity, and even shit like Webpack evokes like a vomiting reaction from me, right? So like I don't want to use any of that create React app or any of that Next.js. Like I want to keep shit simple, okay? I want to keep shit simple. So it's gonna be fun, right? Like I have like really like allergic reaction to complexity. So we'll have to keep it simple somehow. I don't really know how we're gonna be doing that, but let's fucking need an npm project. Button counter. Okay, so let's fucking go. So what is this license, by the way? I keep seeing this license being used by the like web people. Is it somehow different from MIT? So what's so special about this specific license? It's a permissive free software license published by Internet Software Consortium, now called Internet blah blah. It's fully equivalent to simplified BSD and MIT licenses, but without language deemed unnecessary, following the Bernie Convention. Jesus. Okay, so MIT then. Fuck you. All right, so let's install React. Does it actually automatically save that to package JSON? I don't quite know, right? So it's a package JSON. So yeah, it actually, in fact, created this entire thing. So another thing we have to install is a React DOM. The DOM. So on top of that, like as far as I know, I can't just, you know, require like any of that shit, right? So if I look inside of this entire thing, from what I remember, so they're using this common JS module format. You can't just use common JS stuff, right? So you can't just include any of this shit in here. So you can kind of include all of that shit in a node, right? But in the browser, it's going to be a hell of a pain, as far as I know, right? So it's going to be React, so we can do something like const React. Might as well just like do it like that. So, and React DOM. I'm not sure, will React DOM work in a node? Like, I'm not quite sure. So let's actually just print all of these motherflippers, just to confirm that. Not ROM, though. Sorry, I've been programming in 6502 for too long, right? So it's kind of interesting, right? So in the web you have DOMs, in embedded you have ROMs. Haha, a funny virtual ROM. Anyways, so if I try to now run this entire shit and module not found. Really? So for real, cannot find module React. Oh yeah. So what am I even fucking doing, bro? Why did I capitalize it like that? Is something wrong with me? I think I'm dumb. So, oh yeah, so look at that. So I suppose this one is the React, right? So this is definitely the React. And React DOM kind of shit itself. Oh, it's a G console, okay. I hope all of the professional web developers are having a seizure right now. Good. That's what you deserve. Anyways, so I'm gonna be doing whatever the fuck I want to do, right? So seriously. Okay. DOM internals do not use or warn users they cannot upgrade. Me when my language doesn't support private methods. Anyways, so yeah, I can do that from you know, from Node. But if I want to do that, all of that shit in the browser, I think it's going to be a little bit of a pain in the ass. So yeah, so let me actually do something like HTML mode. So it's going to be doc type and as a HTML tag, HTML tag head. So it's going to be tag, maybe tag I title, hello React, something like that, tag body, and in here. We can, like, if we just try to include that script specifically, right? So if we try to include the script specifically, I think it's gonna shit itself, like, I'm pretty sure. So we need to have some sort of like a web server, you know, some sort of a web server. We can use like a Python simple HTTP server, but since we're doing like a web development with Node.js and shit like that, I think we should use something like npm.js. We should use HTTP server, right? So there's like literally HTTP server. How big is a node module? We only installed like a React and React DOM. It doesn't really have much. We can check how big they are already. Only 6.8 megabytes, bro. So it's nothing. It ain't nothing, right? So we need to install HTTP server. We need to install HTTP server. Can you just go there? Bro, do you... fucking web devs. Anyway, so, yeah, it wasn't reacting to my enter, right, so... that's... I really like self-irony of this picture. Yeah. Anyways, so yeah, let's install this shit. Let's fucking go. npm install HTTP server. Let's fucking go. Okay, so that's pretty cool. So yeah, that bloated the Node.js a little bit. And let's do sh, right? So 12 megabytes. It didn't bloat it that much. So what we're gonna do, we wanna just do bin HTTP server. I should have actually done something like this. Yeah, there we go. So now I can go to localhost. I think it's 8080, right? So yeah, it is in fact. As you can see, it already says hello React. It says hello React. That's pretty cool. So let's take a look at the console. Yeah, you don't have React. Like you don't have a require in here. You don't have require, and furthermore, I can tell you that. Like you can't even require any of these shits. I don't remember what exactly we did in that previous React video. Do you guys remember? We had to pack React somehow. We had to pack React somehow. What exactly did we use in there? What exactly did we use? So I think we could, like, I don't want to use Webpack or Parcel or any of that shit. Babel, we used Babel to compile JSX. We don't really have JSX yet. Right, so React UMD, I think UMD like are not even official shits. It's kind of funny. So React UMD. Oh my god, it's so freaking slow. Surprisingly, so freaking slow. Yeah, it's not even official, right? So it's just like a third-party things. All of that is third-party things. So I feel like we might have actually used something like Browserify. Do like modern web devs even know what the fuck is a Browserify? Do we have anybody who remembers what the fuck is this shit? So do you guys know what it is? Browserify is so 2018. Perfect, that's why we have to use that. I'm installing this shit. Fuck you, I'm installing that shit. Browserify, we're using Browserify. All right, so yeah, there we go. So it has a bunch of deprecated shit, but who gives a fuck? Okay, so I need something working. Browserify. Okay, how that's a lot of parameters, honestly. So entry files. So as far as I know, so you have to provide this kind of thing. Oh yeah, look at that. Yeah, it's just like packed everything. Oh my god, it literally packed everything together. This is perfect, actually. So, can I output that shit? Up and down doesn't work, Brovsky. It fucked up my terminal. Bro, this output fucked up my terminal somehow. I have no idea how. I had to do reset. Anyways, so, yes, can I do just like something like out file? So bundle or whatever the fuck it is. Okay, so let's take a look at the bundle. Yep. And so I probably need to include this stuff into this thing. So Node.js, index.html. Let's actually use a bundle, humble bundle. So humble bundle. Are we in here? Hell yeah, brother! Okay, cool! Now look at this shit. So who needs Webpack? Who needs Vite? Look at that. Browserify. Freaking Browserify. Look at this shit. Start. Insta start. Like, why? Like, all of the web technology cannot be like in 2018. Like, it just fucking works. Look at that shit. And it's so fucking simple, right? So it's like a single command line and just produce a single bundle, and there you go. Why can't you just include GS file? Because web. It just... So web is sort of like this scam, sort of like this pyramid scheme, where they create a solution that actually, on top of like solving the original problem, creates 2 or 3 more problems. And I feel like I'm actually like convinced that they do that intentionally. They do that intentionally so to sort of perpetuate this scam, right? So like keep creating more and more solutions that create more and more problems, right? So it's just like you have infinite amount of problems to solve, like unlimited employment, exactly. So that's exactly what they're doing. So you can't just include a file. So you can't just include a file. Because web is a perpetual scam. But I mean, it's good for job security, so I'll give you that. I'll give you that. So, and on top of that, right, so we'll get this kind of thing, and what we have to do, we have to create some components, right? So usually, like, how do you create components, right? So maybe you have some sort of a, I don't freaking know. So simple React component example. So there's a function that just returns the React components. You first React components. Okay. So this is. Yeah, so and it's exporting this entire thing. Do we really want to export this entire thing? Can I just create a function in here? Can I just create a function? I want to just create a function. Will that be like kind of a valid React component? Especially if I do something like that, right? So hello from React component. Right, obviously it is not going to compile, right? So because this is what is this? JSX, right? So this is JSX, but I think that should be valid, right? So one thing we have to do in here, so we have to do JSX, and the question is, can I now just process this thing like that? Yeah, parsing file, unexpected token. Yeah, so the thing about Browserify is that it doesn't really understand the what is it called, JSX, right? So you need to have Babel GitHub. So if I remember correctly, they kind of have a similar like structure to React. They have a bunch of packages and they have all of this. So we probably need Babel CLI. That's the thing we need in here. So let me quickly do something like npm install. So Babel, so what's the name? Babel CLI. So can we install that? We're installing that shit. Installing that shit, brovskis. Okay. So it's doing things. Wow, whoa. 12 vulnerabilities. 3 highs. Well, we're not going to be deploying that anywhere, hopefully, right? So maybe that's totally fine. Maybe that is totally fine. So in the bin, do we like, yeah, so we have a lot of things in here. So let's take a look at the size of our Node.js folder. So I'm actually rather curious, right? So 51 megabyte. Fucker. Like, I'm not even using any framework, right? So it's just like I'm kind of building my own framework from scratch from the components and stuff like that. So, oh, so add Babel CLI. Ah, is that different? Damn, how can I check if that's the same or different? That's kind of weird. So let's remove that. Did I get pwned by somebody? Right, so fuck me. I just got pwned by installing something unofficial. No, it's kind of the same, but it's just like with a different name. So in addition, various entry point scripts leave, yeah, so what's the difference between them? So it's that one, and then there is add Babel CLI. Yeah, it's that one. So somehow this website actually consume. Oh, and it points to babel.dev, like next something next. This is a mess. How web developers even live with all that shit? Like, I have no idea, honestly. I have no idea. Anyways, so let's install this stuff, right? So let's reinstall everything and let's try to install Babel CLI, right? Is it going to be the same amount of vulnerabilities? If it's no, it's actually different. Look, it has 0 vulnerabilities. That one had 12 vulnerabilities. This one has 0 vulnerabilities. So, and in terms of like consuming the memory, so it's actually consumes 2 megabytes less. 0 known of, yeah, that is true. That is true. I do agree with you. So, and if you take a look at this kind of stuff, so we do have in fact Babel. So, and as far as I know, like with Babel, you also need to have these presets, right? So presets, I think it's like a React, like Babel. No, not Babel React, but it was. Can I look at everything that starts with that? React preset, is that what it is? Can I, yeah, preset React. Okay, so that's what it is. So, all right, let's try to install npm install preset React. So is it going to do the thing? Hopefully it is going to do the thing. So now what we need to do, so bin Babel. Okay. So we have to provide the input file. Index.jsx. Okay, so, and in here I provide index.jsx. Cool. So maybe missing plugin. Okay. Node bin Babel index.jsx. All right. And so I think I have to set the preset for this entire stuff. Preset. So, and you have to supply a list of these presets. Okay. So yeah. Can you see what I'm doing in here? So can I do something like that? Right, so that seems to be working, working. So if I now, how do I output? Okay, so output is this one, out index.js. It didn't work because I provided help. Okay, so this is what we got. That's pretty cool. So this is one step that we'll have to do. And I'm thinking, can I just put that step into like a build script of some sort? So let's do build. It wants to indent it like that. And I just want to like put it in there. So, but this is only one of the steps, by the way. This is only one of the steps. We also need to bundle it with Browserify. So let me do something like npm run build, right? So npm run build, and that did the thing. And where is my Browserify? Did I? Browserify. Okay. So Browserify, I supply Browserify, bundle JS. So will that seems to be working. So, and if I take a look at the bundle JS, does it look at that? It actually bundled everything correctly. So this kind of thing, look at that. This is actually kind of cool. It performed two steps. It compiles JSX to JS, and then it bundles this entire thing into the single bundle like that. And that seems to be working, right? So what we have to do now is we have to use React DOM to like render this entire thing. So I want to keep it in here like that, but then I'm gonna go to Facebook React. Facebook React. So there's a lot of shit in here. So we are interested in specifically this thing. Oh, and yeah, so it has like two sides to it. There's a client and there's a server. So React DOM server, does anybody know, is that like for server-side rendering or something like that? Does anybody know? Because I'm not a React developer, but like we probably need a client. Maybe. Yep. Okay, cool. So let me go to index.jsx, and we probably want to include like a client in here. So, and then we have to create a root, right? So, and a root is located within some sort of a component, right? So this is going to be ID, let's call it app. So the cool thing about using IDs is that it automatically creates that element in the global space. You don't have to do document get element by ID or anything like that. Right, so if you just like open this entire thing like this, right, so let's just open it like that, and I do app. It's not defined, but maybe I have to refresh properly, and yeah, there you go. So it automatically found an app, right? So you never have to do document get element by ID, because just because it's ID, it's already available in the global scope. That's what I remember from web development times. But anyways, everyone, so we have to create le root. So const root react DOM. Create root, and it's going to be app. So yeah, like I don't have to provide anything here. So this is that, and then we say root render this app like this. So is that how we do that? Yeah. Cool. Can I now rebuild this scheisse seems to be rebuilt. So let's take a look at the bundle. Let's take a look at the bundle. Yep. So here is the create root, and here is the rendering, and so on and so forth. So that's kind of cool. So yeah, it's just like it compiles. Look at that. That's very interesting. It compiles this thing straight up into just a function. Straight up just a function. So it doesn't create an instance of that sort of class. It only keeps a function. Probably because it needs to recreate the same component over and over again, because it's a virtual DOM, it does diffing and so on and so forth. That's probably why it just passes the function in there. That's kind of interesting, actually. That's kind of interesting. My React hooks, I know nothing about React hooks, I'm sorry. So, like, you think I know how any of this shit works? Look at that, like, rent. And after that, people tell me that web devs are not about rent seeking. They literally have rent in a minimized version of their code. Look at that. So how much more proof you need to have that all of that is just rent seeking? All of that is just rent seeking. Anyways, what if I try to now, yeah. So did it work? Did it actually work? So we just read the download the React DevTools for a better development experience. All right, so let's take a look at that. Fuck you, I'm not gonna still do that shit. Absolute budgeting, absolute budgeting. So we have to create libatoon. Libatoon. Can I just create libatoon? So click me. So do I have like a disable cache? Can I? Okay, so let's disable the cache. Oh, I forgot that I need to rebuild the bundle. I forgot about that. I don't have an automatic watchers, automatic servers, or anything like that. I just literally build it out of shit and sticks. Right, so like I have to rebuild it every time like a pleb. Look at that! We got the click me. Does nothing. It's useless. Fucking useless. So how to use buttons? React examples button. React school. Okay, so let's take a look. Libatoon. Style. What is this? This doesn't look like a React, honestly. This doesn't look like a React. Ooh, this is something that we probably need. We probably need to use state. Look at, oh, on click. Okay. So you have to have something like on click. All right, so I can see that. So this is on click. And so what do we provide? Click me. So what is click me in this specific case? It's not even, is that a function or anything? Aha, I see that. So you need to have a function. All right, so on click. So click me. Right, so this is the function click me. Right, so this is a function click me. We probably want to have some sort of like a use state and whatnot. Right, so React use state. Right, so it's a state sponsored function use state. Yeah, I kind of vaguely. So you put the initial state in here. Right, so if I understand correctly, React, it comes from the React itself because it's part of the engine, right? So use state. And so since we're going to be counting how many times we like clicked and stuff like that, we're going to be doing it like this, right? So count and set count. Right, so I suppose the first one is for reading, the second one is for writing, right? So that's what it means, right? So that's what it means. So, and if I'm like, if you click in me, so what I'm going to be doing is just like a set count plus 1, right? So makes sense, makes sense. Maybe, like, I don't remember how it all plays out with the scope and capturing and stuff like that. Maybe I'll probably have to do something like this. Yeah, I think it's a good idea to do it like something like this because it even looks cooler. It just looks cool. Right. So I have to use parentheses. No. You see, it has to be brackets. So this is kind of destructurization that we're doing here. So how I embed the count into here, right? So how can I do that? Can I just use these curlies, right? So if it's some sort of variable, I should be able to just do something like this, right? So this is going to be count. So let's try to recompile this Le Scheiße. Okay, like it looks pretty cool. I'm gonna go for 69. I'm gonna hell yeah, hell fucking yeah. All right, so okay, that wasn't that difficult, honestly. So yeah. So the question is, how can I port this specific application to Raylib? I think that's a very interesting question. Like, how do you even do that? So what's funny is that I can probably theoretically already run this application in Node.js, right? So because this particular part doesn't really depend on a DOM, only this part depends on a DOM, right? So only this part. Can I export this thing to a separate like sort of file, right? So this is the app, and just want to keep it like that, and then I want to say, okay, so here is the app, and I'm requiring the app in here. So is that how it even works? I'm actually not sure. But maybe, yeah. So if I'm gonna be using these common JS thing, I probably have to use this export stuff. Do I have to do JSX? But here is an interesting thing. We are doing everything from scratch, so we'll have to be translating JSX to JS with Bible, right? And then bundling everything with Browserify. So yeah, we have to do exports. So as far as I know, like there's some examples in here in React itself, right? Because React by itself already uses CommonJS. It's kind of interesting. Like, isn't CommonJS like an old ass shit that nobody's supposed to use, right? So is it still actively used in the web infrastructure, right? So I'm not quite sure. So yeah, so here is the experts. Here's the experts, and then just yes to both. Oh, it's an old ass shit, and everybody's using it. Is backward compatible with ES modules? No, as far as I know, no. I don't think it's backward compatible. Because this expert thing is not a ES modules thing, but I don't freaking know. I don't freaking know, my friend. Okay, so can I just do experts app and just do something like this? Is that something I can do? So like, so it is backward compatible. Okay, very interesting. So if I'm going to be building this kind of stuff, so that means now I have to extend this Babel thing. So do I have to like call Babel for each and individual freaking... can I just use makefiles in this case, chat? Is that something feasible? You know what I mean? So because this sounds like a perfect use case for makefiles, isn't it? Isn't it just like, look at that? Though the only problem is that we have to do something like this, modules bin Babel, right? So this is that, and then I want to process that and just do something like this. So it's going to be app JSX. So then you can create a bundle, which is like JS, and it depends on both of these things, right? Both of these things. And if I do something like this, browser refine, yeah. So this accepts several files, entry files. That's very interesting. So, but since index.js kind of index.jsx explicitly does that, maybe I only have to specify index and it will pick it up automatically. So bin browser file. Alright, so where's my package.json? Yeah, and I have to specify le bundle. Le bundle, okay. So let's actually see if it's going to work. I'm really curious. Okay, so now let's do le build. Yeah, as you can see, it's kind of perfect for all of that stuff. So it is complaining, so unexpected token, and who's complaining about that? Is that index.jsx? This is exactly what I was talking about, right? So you have to include JS, right? JS, and that works, surprisingly, right? And what's funny is that I never really had to provide app.js because it automatically picked it up. Makefiles and web, this is spicy and rare. I mean, it's useful. Look at that. It's basically gulp, right? So wasn't like, does anybody remember gulp.js? Because essentially this is makefiles, but they're implemented in JavaScript because ew, makefiles, but this is implemented in JavaScript, so it's not ew, right? So maybe I should have used something like this. Does anybody still use this? They use pipes and stuff, and just like Nope.js, old Ask Task Runner. But I mean, it all works, and it's actually super simple. We use it at work, hell yeah. Okay, that's cool. So let's take a look, bundle.js, and yeah, so what does it do? Where I don't see the, okay, so here, here is the experts, right? So this is the expert, and here I use, yeah, it's all bundled together, and it's actually kind of cool. It's huge. Look at this. It's 1 megabyte. Bro, freaking web devs, I didn't do shit. It's already 1.6 megabytes. What the fuck is wrong with you all? I didn't do it. It's a freaking one button. It's one button. Trish, I have to optimize it. Yeah, okay. Oh, anyways. Anyway. Fuck, and it doesn't even work. React is not defined. That is true. I do agree with that. So I'm using React in here, but I forgot to actually, you know, do the thing from index.jsx. So I should have done something. Yeah, so that's kind of cool. We don't need that stuff in here. And funnily enough, we only need React DOM in this index.jsx. Right, we only need React DOM. In this one, we only need React. Aha. So let me try to recompile this entire thing. And here we go. Like, look at that. So we have two independent files, like index.js and app.js. So since they're independent, I can build them in parallel. Look, it actually built them in parallel. Did you see that? Did you see that? Can your Webpack do that? It probably can, I don't know, like I never use Webpack. But yeah, so it's like independent, it can run them in parallel. So just like it's insane optimizations. Web developers never dreamed of anything like that. Holy fuck. Can Nope do that? It can, believe it or not. It actually can. So because there is a asynchronous running of some jobs, and there is a mechanism that allows you to sort of put barriers. Right, so effectively you can just start a bunch of async CMDs, you can collect their IDs, and then at some point you can say basically, okay, wait on all of these IDs, and then you can continue. So you can kind of parallelize this kind of thing. And we have rudimentary implementation of sort of like scaling of this mechanism. So there's a way to say, okay, so just, you know, have 5 threads. Right, so and after creating 5 processes, it's going to create like a barrier automatically. We kind of have that, right? So it's not particularly super convenient to use, but it has that. Right. So anyways, so we got this kind of stuff, and did it work? So React is not defined. It still says that React is not defined. Mother flipper. How come? So even though I like set, you know, defined in here, so what if I go in here? So there's a React DOM. Is that because it wants rebuild? Didn't I rebuild it? I rebuilt it multiple times actually. So where is it failing? So let's go into the bundle. Ah, it still needs React. I didn't think about that because it still needs React in here probably. So when you're rendering, it creates an it creates an element, yeah, so it still needs React like that. Freaking, okay, so I was hoping that it maybe doesn't need React, but it does need React. Yeah, there we go. Let's fucking go, man, freaking go. Yeah, app requires this kind of stuff. So here is an interesting point. I can probably already run this kind of thing in Node, right? So because Node, like React by itself without like a React DOM should work in Node. So I can do something like React app and cannot find module. Yeah, that's fair. That is actually, there you go. So that's kind of cool. So I can probably do something like that, and here is the thing, and it is a function, right? So it is a function and it is a component. So we're gonna go into reconciler soon, don't worry about that, but I kind of want to just like see what is it doing. So what if I call this function? Well, invalid hook calls. Hooks can only be called inside of the body of a function component. I have no idea what the fuck it is talking about. It's talking about something. This could happen for one of the following reasons. You might have mismatching versions of React and the renderer, such as React DOM. You might be breaking the rules of hooks. Maybe, I don't know. Like, are we breaking anything? I think we've been following only the best practices in web development so far. It's been almost an hour. We've been only following the best, latest practices. So I don't think we're breaking any rules of hooks, whatever the fuck it is. I didn't think so. Right. So you might have more than one copy of React in the same app. Probably not. So cannot read properties nulls of use state, and it points to some. Ooh, that is spicy, my friend. Can you see this scheiße? You can't probably see that, but it points somewhere inside of the React. Okay, let me take a look at that. So it points inside of the React development.js at the line 1222. So what if we go there? What if we can go there? Okay, so doesn't look like anything. So can I just find this invalid who? Oh, here it is. Here is this wall of text. So so wasn't null equal dispatcher? Aha. React shared internals .h. So here's the interesting thing. You have React shared internals. It is probably called like that because they're shared. Right, so different components of React share this state. So React itself and probably React DOM operate on this shared state. Don't use or, oh, maybe that's somehow related. Maybe that's somehow related. And you have this H. So I suspect that React DOM sets up this .h thing. So reading the source code, you're breaking the rules of React. Trying to understand things. That's against best practices of any web developer. Web developer is supposed to be dumb and follow the rules. But then you should say it in your HTML. Anyway, so what the fuck is this like React shared internals? Can we find some stuff? Speaking of best practices, who fucking calls their methods H and A? Okay, act Q. Did use promise. Okay, did use throws error. Okay. React developers, are you okay? What? Okay. So, all right. So it's it's inside of the React, but it's sort of like a default thing. It's sort of like a default thing. Yep. Looks like VS hat. Oh, that's probably what it means. So yeah, there's a lot of shit going on in here, but not sure how useful it is for us. We can take a look at how maybe React DOM does all that stuff. React DOM. So, all right. React DevTools. Oh, DevTools global hook. So probably have to go somewhere here. React DOM development, but maybe I want to go into the client. Shared, yeah, shared internals, but it's specifically DOM shared internals. Where is the? There you go. Aha. Ooh. So you save previous dispatcher, you setting it to null. So there's something called dispatcher. I'm not really sure what the fuck is a dispatcher though. Not sure what the fuck is le dispatcher. Okay, do you? Ooh! Ah! Look at that! It sets that thing into React shared internals. Huh. Yeah, so this is like source code of React, by the way. Client internals do not use or warn users they cannot be upgraded. So that's what it is. That's what it fucking is. Anyways, so let me see. So this is like a generated code, but we want to go into here, app.jsx. And in here, I suppose I want to just do console log react. I just want to log this thing. So let's do le rebuild. Nah, this is not a good rebuild. We're migrating to make files because they're superior. Node app.js. Okay, so this is what we got, and here are the client internals. So here is an interesting question. If I after importing React, just say that h is equal to your mom, will that stop printing, you broke the rules of React? Will it stop doing that? That's a very interesting question. Like, I'm really curious, believe it or not. I'm really curious. So const, I'm gonna just try to do that. So it did the thing, right? I suppose. Yeah, did it print some shit? I forgot to recompile, chat. I think I forgot to recompile. So let's just do the recompilation of our nation. And let's do another one. Okay, so it shut the fuck up, and now I can try to create it. Okay. Ooh. It managed to resolve dispatcher, but now it tried to use... Wait a freaking second. What if I say use state and I can just do something like console, your mom is a dispatcher. Will that mother flippin' work? Will that mother flippin' work? Do we even need reconciler or any of this shit? So that's how it works. So if you're creating your own renderer, wait a freaking second. So can I now return you like a counter of some sort? Like I can just, like I supposed to just implement use state somehow, didn't I? Don't I? I think that's what I have to do now. Like I have to implement it somehow. But doesn't React come with its own state management system or whatever? I feel like I don't have to implement these things specifically. Right, so that's kind of interesting. It's kind of interesting. People will fume over this when it drops. Good. Good. I want web developers to be mad. But anyway, I feel like I should not be doing that. Right, so because it feels like you need to have extensive knowledge of internals of React. You have to have extensive knowledge of internals of React, and this is probably the reason why React Reconciler was created in the first place. So this is the thing that is supposed to help you to do all of that stuff. Right, so let's actually go ahead and just like stop doing all of that bullshit and just install React Reconciler and start, you know, working with React Reconciler. I think it's more productive. It's going to be more productive. So React Reconciler, I'm going to do something like this: npm install React Reconciler. Okay, that seems to be good. React Reconciler. So here it is, and there is like a production development version and so on and so forth. That's pretty cool. So, and in here, all right, so this is, I have the following idea. So index.jsx is going to be our browser sort of version, right? So this is sort of like for the browser. It adapts it for the browser. So this is going to be browser. And because of that, I think I want to remove index.js. So browser JSX, and this is going to be the browser. Browser like this, and this is the browser. And then I'm going to have something like Raylib JSX, or maybe let's call it native JSX, right? And we're not using React Native, by the way. So React DOM is the reconciler. Well, I mean, there is React Reconciler, and this is not React DOM. Same. Okay. So this is going to be React Native and browser JSX. I think so far I'm going to only import this entire thing and only this entire thing. And on top of that, let's require the reconciler as well. So console log reconciler. In the make file, I think I'm going to create a similar thing. So this is native. I could have probably, for the JSX, I could have just used, what is it called? Wildcards. Do you guys remember? So wildcards. You can do shit like that, right? You can say just, so if you have a target that ends with JSX and has dependency on, like, ends with JS and has a dependency on JSX, just do this thing, right? So essentially this one is the dependency and this one is the target. And effectively after that, you don't need any of this stuff, right? So it will automatically just work for you. Right, so just because it depends on these JSs, it will automatically trigger this one and just substitute everything automatically. We can even check that. So I can do make B. Yeah, there we go. As you can see, it automatically picked it up. So I can now say, okay, build bundle JSX, bundle JS, not JSX, just JS, and also native JS. So, and just because I said native JS, there is no specific, you know, rule for that. So it will pick up this rule. And I can probably do something like this. Did it build it? Yeah, it actually in fact built it. So here is the native JS. So that's kind of cool. So the thing I wanted to do in the native JSX is just print reconciler because I want to see, so what kind of methods does it have? So native JS. Oh, is that it? That's really weird. I expected to have something, some sort of an object, right? But it just printed a ref function anonymous circular. Call it? Do I have to call it? I don't think I have to call anything. So, but I mean, it just like did something. It's a factory function. Okay, so that's cool. So what we're supposed to do, we're supposed to create some sort of a host config. You will need to implement some methods here. See below for more information and examples. How you put it there? Freaking, okay. So then you create your renderer with the host config. Cool. So then you create renderer public API. So this is a public API. So it has a method element container callback. So call update container to schedule changes on the routes. My renderer update container to schedule changes on route. See React DOM React Native and React Art for practical examples. So they really suggest you to read React DOM. Okay, very interesting. Practical example. Okay, so you have to create, you have to implement some methods like create instance. DOM renderer returns a DOM node. Interesting. Supports mutation true. It works by mutating nodes. Okay. Append child. DOM renderer would call append child here. Interesting. So a host config is an object that you need to provide and that describes how to make something happen in the host environment. For example, DOM, canvas, console, or whatever your rendering target is, it looks like this. This is kind of cool. So the host config is a browser API. So you adapt it. So they have a mirror of the browser API, and you just have to adapt it to your environment. Right, so for the browser, it's kind of straightforward. For something like Raylib, it's going to be less straightforward, probably, because like there's no direct mapping to like append child or whatnot. We'll have to create our own DOM, I suppose, to our own DOM. I don't know. For introduction to writing a very simple custom renderer, check out this article. Check out this article series, right? So unfortunately I can't open this thing because I'm in Russia, so that's kind of sad. So let me see. So is there like a web archive? Maybe I can trick the web archive. So the thing is, like, I could have enabled VPN, but streaming from my VPN is actually kind of difficult, right? It's super slow. Okay, so can it show me? So the search engine, it's not how, so it's a Wayback Machine. This is probably what I should use. I should use Wayback Machine, not search. All right, so maybe, okay, so good, thanks. So there's some stuff in here, but I can't see Scheiße. So here is the stuff. Usually there's like something in here where I can click on the calendar. Oh, here it is. Okay, I can click on this specific version. So we're gonna trick Roskomnadzor. Okay. I hope it doesn't require too much JavaScript. Welcome to the modern internet. Absolute abadjuling. Absolute. I'm gonna go and just pour myself a cup of water. I'm back. Too back. Cup of water. Where's the budget for tea? It's kind of hot for tea right now, chat. It's kind of hot for tea. I'm too hot for tea. Okay, so let me see. React Art. Ooh. Oh, so there's a React. What the fuck is a React Art? Does anybody know? It's a special renderer. Meta platform. Ooh. What the fuck, brovskis? Is a JavaScript library for drawing vector graphics using React. Ooh. You guys know that? You guys know this kind of thing exists? It provides declarative and reactive bindings for the art library. Art. Retained mode vector drawing API designed for multiple output mode. There's so much cool stuff in here. Why there's only hype around like Next.js or some other bullshit slope? Like, look at that. It's kind of cool. It was 7 years ago. Kind of interesting. So the customer, like, how common is it to write a custom React renderer? Is that a common thing that web developers do? Like, do they have like a custom React renderers that tailor towards something or whatever? React. No, so kind of expected that response. But React was it's kind of interesting how it is designed to have swappable renderers, right? So it is designed to have swappable renderers, but nobody fucking writes custom renderers, right? So except Facebook, right? So they do write custom renderers for browsers, for React Native, and so on and so forth, right? This is just like, I don't know. Looks like a wasted potential. Looks like a wasted potential. So host config. Let's take a look at its host config. So show me your host config. I didn't see a fucking host config. Where is it? So is that what host config is? So the entirety of this thing, I suppose, is a host config. So add event listeners. So this is a helper functions, or so like I remember that one of them was append child, right? So here, yeah, okay. So it basically just like exports all of these things. You append child, parent instance, right? So you check the parent instance. If the child parent node is equal to parent instance, you eject or you inject. That is very interesting. May suspend commit and update. So config has to implement a lot of things. I feel like it has to implement a lot of things, but we are programming in a toy scripting dynamic language, which means that we don't really have to implement all of that stuff. We can just leave a lot of things unimplemented, and at runtime, it is going to tell you, bruv, implement that choice. So I think that's a good thing to do. So it's an object that, yeah, so we already read that. So this is examples. The full list of supported methods can be found here. All right, so here is the full list of supported methods. Oh yeah, by the way, Flow. It's the only company that uses Flow. It's the company that creates. Oh boy. So this is all of the methods you have to implement, by the way. So there's a lot of money involved in here, as you can see. So that's what you have to implement if you want to implement your own renderer. So yeah, an incomplete reference. At the moment, we can't commit to documenting every API details because the host config still changes every often between the releases. I see. So you know what we have to do, chat? I feel like we have to actually start bringing in the Raylib. We have to start bringing in the Raylib. And what's funny is that in the Raylib example, we used makefiles, and we're using makefiles in here. We can probably combine them together. So I'm gonna bring Raylib CPP, and I'm gonna take this thing that builds all of this shit, right? So, and let's actually bring it somewhere here, right? So we're building all of that stuff. So these variables are gonna go on top because that's the usual convention. And we also, on top of building like all of that stuff, we're also building Raylib.node. And I feel like it also needs Raylib. Oh yeah, it grabs the Raylib from my OPT folder, so that's totally fine. So can I now rebuild the whole thing? So it puts a lot of warnings and stuff like that, but I mean, so that's totally fine. What if I have like several threads? It compiles all of that in several threads. That's pretty cool. So now we have a Raylib node. In a native JSX, now I can literally do Raylib, and I can require Raylib.node. Right, so I already have reconciler, I already have my app, and I already have my Raylib. So I can try to, yeah, to render all that stuff. That's kind of interesting. It's kind of interesting. So let me try to maybe run not native JS. Yeah, so it didn't do shit, but if I try to call that, I should not forget to maybe rebuild native JS. Yeah, there we go. So this is Raylib. We successfully loaded Raylib, and we successfully loaded React. So we already have React, Raylib, reconciler, we now have to somehow marry them together. And we also have our own app, right? So we also have our own app, which is rather simple by itself. So that's the cool thing about it. It's rather simple. If we manage to somehow just like somehow grab this button, right, and render a rectangle for this specific button, I'm gonna call today's stream a victory, right? So, but I'm not sure if we'll be able to do that. So we'll see. So you probably have to replace button. I'm not sure about that. I'm really not sure about that. So let's actually see. So because I have a feeling that what we'll get is append child, and the child is going to be just like this virtual node with some sort of a type identifier button. We can sort of capture that. Just check, is that a button? Okay, render a rectangle in that case with the label and stuff like that. I feel like we can do something. It's not that hard. It should be, at least. So DOM render returns a DOM node. Okay, so here's the idea. So I'm gonna create a const host config. So here's my host config. It's gonna be empty. So then what I'm gonna be doing, I need to create my renderer. So let's call it Raylib renderer. Renderer reconciler. So host config. By the way, why does it have to be like that? Can I just put an object in here and just like, yeah, so like I don't feel like it has to be this separate thing. So after that, I have to create this thing, and call, this is my renderer public API. So call update container to schedule changes on the root. See React DOM native for practical examples. So I feel like this is where I have to organize the event loop. This is where I have to start organizing the event loop. So if I take a look at the previous stuff that I had in here, so index.js, yeah, so I have to initialize this entire stuff, and I have to put this thing in here. So here's the cleaning the background. So let's put it like this. So this is the event loop. And what I feel like, we'll have to call update container on like every iteration or something, which is probably going to be super slow, but we're talking about web technologies in here, right? So let me try to rebuild the whole thing just in case and just run it. So it creates this stuff, which is not exactly what I wanted, because I wanted to just have gray, so that means I fucked up this particular color. Yeah, there we go. So this is what we got in here. This is what we got. So that's pretty cool. It's pretty cool. So we already have a Raylib. I'm not really sure about this size. Let's actually keep it a little bit smaller. Let's just keep it smaller. Absolute budgeting. Yes. So this is absolute budgeting. Okay, so update container. Let me see what the fuck is update container. I can try to print console log Raylib renderer update container. So what is going to happen? So inside of it, so let me see. Holy shit. Oh boy. All right. So let's go into that line. So what do we have in here? So update container element container parent component callback. So what that means is that I have to already kind of have this mapping of nodes and stuff like that. So the element and the container. So an element is what? The element is the React component, isn't it? The element is the React component. So if I go into the browser, browser JSX, yeah, when I do renderer, so you create a root, and that's what is called container. I need an example from this from the React DOM. I need an example from React DOM. I need a naming though. So because what is element and what is container? So I suppose element is the React thing and container is the DOM thing or your inner internal thing. I think that's what it is. I think that's what it means. Yeah. So I think I have to go inside of the React DOM to just understand how the React container, like update container. Yeah, so let's fucking go. Let's fucking go. So I just like don't want to do that because I feel like it's gonna be a huge rabbit hole, but I feel like we have to do that. Update container. Okay, so update container implementation, but where is just update container? So update container. Yeah, there's no such thing as update container. So there's a schedule root. So container is probably your window. Yeah, that's true. Schedule root. Like, I'm not sure how often do I call that. How often do I call that? Reconcile element, parent, component, callback. And it's actually not correct anymore, right? So they say there's 3 of them and the third one is callback, but now this is the thing. Update container implementation. All right, so let's go ahead and just call it somehow. So native JSX. Let's just call it somehow. Element is going to be obviously app. So that's that. Container. Let's actually say this is container, and this is a parent container. And callback is going to be something. So I suppose it's going to be accepting arguments, some sort of arguments, and let's say callback. And here are the arguments. So this is the idea. So if this callback is going to be called, we instantly gonna get something like that. All right. So let's see how miserably it is going to fail. We probably want to rebuild everything just in case. So let's just rebuild everything. All right. So and now I'm gonna call it and look at the errors and study the errors. Resolve update priority is not a function. So was it trying to call resolve update priority method of this thing? So let's give it a try. Args console log not implemented. Resolve update priority args and so on and so forth. So let's actually see. So we need to recompile native.js. That is true. That is actually true. So cannot create property pending on string. Oh, look at that, on a string container. All right, and this is the container. So, all right, so that means I probably want to keep the container as this thing. Right, so this is the container. And, well, I mean, yeah, I want you to do something like that. Container, and here, console log container is equal to container. All right. So cannot read properties of undefined reading. Okay. Fiber update queue. So does it want to have update queue in here? What the fuck is fiber? I have no idea. So button? I don't know what you're talking about. So all right. Cannot read properties of undefined reading update queue. So fiber was not undefined. So fiber is how the model pending work. So here's the thing. I need access to this article. I really need the access to this article, otherwise like I can't understand how to do all of that stuff, but I can't access it. So is there any way for me to do that on the stream without stopping the stream? So I can do, it's a proxy. Okay, so let's try proxy. Yeah. Okay, so I'm gonna copy the link. I can't access it. Okay, so proxy. So I don't know, online proxy. So I remember there was some, proxy. I remember it was working. It's also banned as well. Yeah, all of that shit is banned. So it's called web proxies. Yeah, I think all of the web proxies are banned. I can't enable VPN because that means I'll have to restart this stream, but yeah, all of them are banned. Okay, so there's no way to quickly do that. All right, so let me think. We can try to study React DOM. We can try to study the React DOM and see. So they operate on a level of like fibers and stuff, but fiber is their own thing. So do I really have to do all of that stuff myself, or don't I? So if I take a look at the React art, right, so they're talking about React art. So I have too many things opened right now. I have too many things. Let's close all of this shit. Let's close all of this shit. React art and that. So does it use reconciler though? So it does in fact use reconciler. Okay. So React fiber reconciler though. That's very interesting. So create container. So there's a class surface, which is a component. So they're talking about just calling, but it's all so incomplete. It is so making a custom React render. Okay, so thank you so much. Let's take a look at this one. Don't know how to make a custom React renderer. Part 1. Okay, so React reconciler. Okay, so yeah, okay, so here's the component. Append initial child. So your parent instance. Okay, so there's a lot of shit that needs to be done. So in our example in here, native JSX, resolve update priority. They don't even mention resolve update priority at all, and we had to create it. So this is bullshit right away. I'm telling you, this is bullshit right away. It's probably outdated. Probably has nothing to do with anything of all of that stuff. Yeah, so it's kind of sad. It's kind of sad. So is that enough? Like I can't believe that this is enough. So you created the renderer. So here is a simple example. Document a render. And where is the call to update container? Update container. So inject into... No, it has nothing to do. It's kind of weird. But I mean, I have to probably carefully read that, but I don't want to carefully read that, right? So because I want something that is up to date with the documentation that I have in here. All right, so where's the update container? No, there's no calling to update container. Part 1, is this I don't think it's enough, right? So yeah, I don't know. It's a unknown knowledge. Yeah, supports mutations false. If I okay, so we can just set this kind of stuff. And I don't think it is enough, right? So because we had to create methods that they don't have. So I do update container, and then I never call update container. But wait a second. So how do they then use this renderer? They don't even show example of how to use it. They just create it and they don't show example of how to use it. They probably talk about it somewhere in this wall of text, but that's... No, there's no that thing. Where is the word? Okay, so... Okay, finally. Only in part 3! Holy shit! Are you... Like, why is there so much freaking text? Okay, so... Create element. So... Okay, so you create element. You create container. Right, so that's your container. And utils create element, okay. And... update container. Create write streams on the function. So this looks interesting actually. But I need to understand what is that create element that they have in utils. Where is it? What is this create element? Create element. So creates an element with the element type, props, and root distance. Okay. Components, and the components is a separate... Oh my god, this is a web of weird shit. Okay. So I think I'm ready. So I want to... it has a create container. So I think this is what I was missing actually. Create container, right? So because I just put whatever into the container, and I feel like I have to create container with this create container. I think that was the problem in here. So let's do container. If it works out, this is going to be actually kind of awesome, I think. So it doesn't like something. I'm really sure what exactly. Is that because I forgot to put comma in here? Is that the problem? Yeah, it was the problem. Okay. So container undefined. Well, I mean, what the fuck am I doing? This is stupid. So yeah, so here's anonymous function. And this one is undefined. Yeah, so this is just a function. And I need to create the container. And I feel like container can be just anything, right? So what if I put like your mom identifier in here. So it's just like whatever, right? Ooh, here they are. Here's the fibers shit. Okay, this is cool. And container, it's just a container info. Holy fuck. Okay, so, and I can put whatever info I want in there. Yes. All right, so this is cool. This is freaking cool. And yeah, so this is gonna be just like a window or whatever. So this is my container. So that makes sense. Okay, this is already a good repo. Thank you so much. It could have been like shortened, like I don't know why there is a 3 parts in here, right? So it's just like actually useful stuff with like 2 parts, like 1 part. There is 1 part in between 2 useful parts. But anyway, so what we have to do, like we have to do update container, right? So provide the element, which is going to be our app that we're trying to render. So this is the container. And then they put null in there, and the callback they don't even provide in there. So, but I mean, in JavaScript, you can just like not provide 1 argument and it's going to be undefined. So that's totally fine, I suppose. So, and I think that's it. So here is the parent instance. Yeah, so it calls create element. So it may start calling some of these things that we have not implemented yet, but that's totally fine. Okay, so it is failing, resolve. Update priority is not a function. It needs that stupid resolve update priority. It needs that freaking stupid update resolve priority, and it probably something recent. It must be something recent. And yeah, so it's a hidden forbidden knowledge that nobody knows about. So let's git clone this entire shit. Yeah. Freaking web devs, like making cool shit difficult. Something that should have been actually super easy, but no, it has to be fucking difficult because job security, I suppose. Alright, so what does it say? A resolve update priority. So I'm gonna go, do they even mention it anywhere? Anywhere. They don't even mention it in the entire freaking repo. Bro, it's outdated. Out fucking dated. Out fucking dated. Out fucking dated. It's so sad. Oh, I don't even know. Alright, resolve update priority. So example of resolve. Like, why do you even have resolve the update priority? Why is it not simple as just like creating a few things and that's it? Okay. Why do I even have to? Do I need to have that? Like, what is that? Resolve update priority. What is that? Life cycle. The fuck is all of that stuff? Can be empty function? Maybe. I don't fucking know. Anyway, so is there some empty functions in here? So maybe update resolve update priority. It's just like, it could have been so freaking cool if it was just simple, right? So, but they hate simplicity. Okay. All right, so empty function worked, which is kind of cool. At the same time, it didn't call shit. All right, so one of the things we probably want to do in here is maybe just to log what is going on. So were any of these functions called? And yeah, apparently we have to do this. Is there any way for me to just create a macro? Because it's kind of annoying to do it like that. It's kind of annoying to do it like that. So, and there's no easy way for me to... Man, this sucks. Okay, so there's one thing I can anchor on. Just a second. Okay, find closing curly comma. Okay, then go back in here. Go back in here like that. Boom. Then console log. And just put this thing like that. And find the shit again. And that's your macro. Boom, 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 boom. Yeah. I'm not sure if that will work in here, but I mean, okay, so yeah, there we go. Magic, by the way, magic. Can your Vim do that? Vim can do that, I know. It's just like a simple macro. So yeah, I just recorded the action and I just replayed that action for each individual function and just like, yeah. So now I have a tracing for all of them, which is kind of cool. And it only called resolve update priority. Very cool. Didn't get any of the append initial child or anything like that. Didn't get any of that stuff. So yeah, part three. We're almost there. I feel like we're almost there, but I mean, we're not really there. So here's the render. So there's events, file resolve, render element. And you just do this promise. Generate. Well, this is just a promise. Docs to generate. Okay. So what is going on in here? Not particularly useful. So it only called update resolve priority, and that is it. I have a strange feeling that maybe I have to like call this entire thing in a loop. but I'm actually not sure. Well, yeah, update resolve priority. So let's take a look. Update resolve update priority. So let's take the arguments that we have in here. Args. Here's the args. And it's empty. Am I supposed to return something? So this is kind of like it's doing nothing. It's kind of useless. None of these functions were called ever in this renderer. None of them were ever called. So yeah, okay. So custom React renderer. So let me see. So resolve update priority should be handled by React scheduler. You can override it in a host config. I'm gonna ignore this message. I'm gonna pretend that I never read that. All right, so yeah. So what the fuck is this shit? I suppose you have to return which component update first. Like, where did you get that information? Like, how am I supposed to discover this forbidden information that you're just bestowing upon me? None of them even mention it. Okay, so React renderer resolve update. Like, what the fuck is all? Queuing a series of state updates, understanding when, how to prioritize. And Google is useless. Like, I'm Googling this specific method and it gives me pages that don't contain this method. This is so fucking bad. Holy shit. Okay, so people, so there's an issue. Garbage. Holy fuck. Such a freaking garbage. Okay, I've been working on updating the types and found methods still missing. Okay, so this detailed in Preact. Okay. Yeah, so resolve update priority is not even mentioned anywhere in there. Yeah, so it's just like it's literally forbidden knowledge that nobody fucking knows about. It's just like, yeah, literally scheiße. Yeah. You can just return any number. Where do you get all of that information? People just saying things like, where do you get all of that information? Literally just bestowed. Oh, it's just like, I know that. Like, okay. It's supposed to return number. That's a discovery for me. Right. So it's just like, oh, you can just return a new number. Up until that moment, I didn't know it returns a number. Like, what the fuck is that? Excuse me? Okay, so it's just like... I returned the number. There you go. It did nothing. It's useless. Okay. Okay, I returned your stupid number. It's nothing. Okay. Let me see. Resolve the update priority. Node.js. React DOM. Does React DOM even mention that specific field? Okay, so that specific method. So maybe we can learn something from here. Update priority. React DOM shared internals. Okay. Resolve update priority. Get event priority. Like, I'm just hoping that it will call some of the other functions of the host config. Like I really hope, so I can move from there at least. Move from there, but they just don't call it anywhere. So all of that is kind of useless, honestly. So return void 0. What returns void 0 means? I don't know. Can we just return 0 in this case? So yeah, I just calls this thing, and like I'm not sure what are we expecting to do in here. Though, where can I I can get the DOM or any of this stuff because update container and I just do that. I don't know what like how to work with all that. Maybe what I should have done. It won't call anything because React tree is not updated. Yeah, so that's what it is. Create. So I'm a little bit tired already. So I really need to make a break. But yeah, as already said, I wasn't even sure that this is going to be a success in any way. Because yeah, it's all undocumented and it's all hidden knowledge for job security of the Facebook employees. Found the default priority. Lane? Okay. Best thing to do is always to ignore the chat. Yes. Man, I really fucking hate that I can't access this article. This article would have been actually super useful. Just like makes it... Man, it fucking sucks. Like I was hoping, like I was planning the stream that I will be able to access this article, but I can't do that. Okay, so maybe I'm gonna stop the stream in here, and maybe I'm gonna do that offline. So where I do have a VPN, because I can't stream with VPN, that's the problem. Install browser only VPN. Oh my god, I'm so fucking tired explaining it over and over again. Okay, again, ignoring the chat. People have no idea what the fuck they're talking about. Okay, so I can't stream with VPN. Right, so because of that, I will have to do that offline. Right. Okay, so I'm gonna time out this person for 1 hour at least. Okay, so I'm going to do that offline where I do have an access to this article. And I'm gonna just follow that article. Right, so because there was some useful knowledge there. Okay, so I guess that's it for today. Thanks everyone who's watching right now. I really appreciate that. Have a good one, and I see you all on the next recreation program session with Mr. Azuzin. So yeah, bye. Anyway, so this is the next day. It's not even the next day, it's the day after the next day, because yesterday I spent the entire day debugging React. Believe it or not. It is freaking insanity. I spent the entire day trying to debug React, and I came to a conclusion that the recent React reconciler is straight up broken. I think they broke it. I can't, like, I have no proof, but I didn't manage to make it work. I simply didn't manage to make it work. So, and by the way, so here is the access to the article that I couldn't access. Thank you so much to people who suggested to use this front end for Medium. Apparently Medium is so fucking shitty that people making front ends for this kind of website, honestly based, really appreciate that. And shittifying internet is a pretty noble pursuit, and I do respect that, in fact. So, but what's interesting is that this article didn't tell me anything new. What it did, it literally suggested to do what I initially wanted to do. Because that's my style. It suggested to do my style of exploring and learning technology. Just do the minimal dumb thing that doesn't work and follow errors. They literally suggested that. Honestly, I really like this article. So this is a really cool article, and this is how you have to explore things. You have to explore through like trails of errors. And yeah, but the problem I had, I didn't have any trail of errors. React reconciler just simply didn't produce any errors. It just silently quit. So it was even impossible to do the thing that this article suggested, and that I wanted to do. And furthermore, right, so it is for all the version of React Reconciler, the one that was using this weird resolve priority, blah, blah, blah. Yeah, resolve update priority. So they added that recently, as we discovered in the previous stream. It doesn't mention that at all. So it is for all the version of React. So I started to Google around different example out of desperation, and I found a very cool example, a very based example, honestly. So let me show you. It's called React GTK. So yeah, I'm not the only one having crazy ideas with React and stuff like that. And it's kind of cool. It's kind of abandoned, right? So the last update was last year, and it is using the old version of React Reconciler. So, and if we take a look at the version of React Reconciler they use, so here is the package, so here is the core package, right, so, and they use React Reconciler. So this is the version of React Reconciler they're using. So the version that we are using, where is my Labatone? Where is my Labatone? So package React Reconciler, it's 32. Right. I don't know when, like, what's the versioning scheme of React? Does anybody know what constitutes backward incompatible changes in React? Does like anything indicate that? Do they follow semver or anything? So like, is there any meaning to these numbers, or they just increment one number and that's it? I'm not really sure if there is meaning on that, but anyway. So, and what I tried to do, I tried to install this specific version. Furthermore, let's try to just like replicate the problem that I had in here. Right, so here is the Raylib React. So here is the empty host config, right? So here's the empty host config. I'm going to put this kind of stuff in here, host config. Empty host config. We create le container, and we're just like trying to update it. One thing I want to do, I want to just like exit in here so it doesn't go into the loop, right? So one thing I want to do, I want to just create the container for the platform I'm porting this to, and then I'm just trying to update the container, hoping that it's going to error out. I don't think we need to call back in here, hoping that it will error out, and then it can follow the errors, right? So let's just go ahead and try to do that. I'm going to rebuild the JS file, right? So, and I'm going to just try to run the JS file, and it in fact errored out on that stupid resolve update priority function, which, I mean, makes sense. You just add that stupid update priority function, you can return like whatever number you want, it doesn't matter, I don't even know what's the meaning, and that's it. No matter what I tried, no matter what other function I added, it simply just silently quit. It did nothing. I even tried to step debug, and when I was step debugging, I was going through a large spaghetti of JavaScript which didn't make any fucking sense, and it would just produce nothing. So it's like, it feels like a huge machinery, then just like grinds some gears for a little while and does nothing. And like, no matter what I throw at it, it just like produces nothing. So it's just, I honestly spent the entire day trying to make it do something, it did fucking nothing. So, and then I tried to downgrade React Reconciler to the version where it didn't have any of that bullshit. Right, so let's go ahead and try to do that. And let's observe the magic. Let's observe the magic. Where is the reconciler? So let's actually use an older version. Let's use an older version. Let's just give it a try, right? So I'm going to remove the node modules, and I'm going to do npm install. Right, so it will error out because React Reconciler depends on an older version of React as well, which is in fact understandable, right? So this one requires this one, and you know, for the sake of consistency, let's also you know, downgrade the React DOM, right? And this is, by the way, like a major version of React, so this is definitely something backward incompatible, even according to semver. Okay, so let's try to install this entire stuff. That seems to be working. And let's actually double check that the application, the web version didn't break, right? So but I probably need to rebuild the entirety of this thing to confirm, right? So I'm rebuilding the bundles. So this is just a native application and stuff like that. Okay, so everything seems to be working, right? So on the old version of React. And now the moment of truth. If now I'm gonna go to native JSX, let's actually start from scratch again. Empty host config, absolutely fucking empty host config. I'm rebuilding native JS, node native.js. So that's even worse than expected. All right. All right, so for this one, I feel like we'll need to enable some of the things in the host config. Let's try to follow the README. Let's try to follow the README. So reconcile. So the thing is, you have to enable some of the modes. There is several modes in here, supports mutation and stuff like that. And by the way, with the older version of React, I tried to enable different modes. Again, it didn't fucking do anything. It just ignored them. Right, so let's try this one. What if I say this one supports mutation, right? So I have no idea what that's supposed to mean, but I think they explain it somewhere. So kind of. So if your target platform is similar to the DOM and method similar to append child, remove child, and so on, you'll want to use mutation mode. This is the same mode as the React DOM, React Art, and the classic React Native render. I think I want to do that. My idea is that I'm going to have like a DOM, like a virtual DOM, which I'm going to be iterating and then rendering with Raylib, right? So because of that, it's kind of similar to what browser is doing, so we're probably going to have append child and remove child. So okay, if I try to rebuild this syntax, I'm actually this shit is cursed. What the fuck? Am I using the right thing even? Maybe I'm not rebuilding this entire stuff correctly. Just a second. Something is like it worked right before this stream. It fucking worked right before this stream. I hate web. It stopped working. This motherfucker just stopped working. It's insanity, honestly. It's a freaking insanity. All right, so can I just try to do that one more time? It does nothing. Freaking does nothing. Is this process exit? No, because it's supposed to do things right on update container and so on and so forth. Oh boy. Okay, so all right, so maybe we have to enable some more modes. We can steal some modes from the reconciler that React GTK implemented, right? So let me, like, I have no idea. So how people work with web technology? Oh, they're paid a lot, right? So I remembered they paid a lot. So that's how they work with a lot of web technologies. So where is this? I think this is the host config that they're using in here. Yeah, there you go. So here is support mutations, supports persistence, supports hydration. So this is like different modes of the host config that JTK is using. Maybe we're going to be just like copy pasting some stuff from JTK. Maybe it's a good idea. So this one does in fact support mutations. So I have no idea what is timeout, right? So, but by the way, the JTK uses TypeScript, right? So because of that, we'll have to be removing TypeScript, or maybe we should set up the TypeScript. So we don't support hydration, we don't support persistence, we do support mutation. It is a primary renderer. Maybe primary render is something that we needed in here. I do remember enabling primary render for old reconciler, and it also didn't work. Okay, so can you... Honestly, I feel like I'm going crazy. What the fuck is going on? Am I using the wrong version of Node? I have a version. Wait, is this because of the version of the node? Because I have a different version on my other machine. Wait a freaking second. What the fuck is going on? Yes, I'm using version 22.17 on my other account. 22.17.1. I can't believe that's the reason, actually. And it's silently quits. Okay, so this is a 22. I have a 2214, right? So we can try to maybe delete that, and I'm gonna do something like this, right? So it's a 2214. 2214, and if I take a look at the version, yeah, it is in fact 2214. And if I try to do something, finally, DL opened failed. This is because Node is built with a different version, for a different version. Okay, so let's actually rebuild everything in here, super quick. So, and let's just try to run the whole, like, it still does nothing. I can't, like, what the fuck is going on, excuse me. All right, so reconciler, this is the reconciler, and this is the renderer. This is how they call the renderer. This is how they call the renderer. And one of the things they do, they just create, maybe I'm just calling it incorrectly. So let me just see. Maybe I'm just calling it incorrectly. So we create container, and I do want to create container. So in fact, I want to just sort of create like a type window, right? So this is the container, and into this container we're going to be appending things, right? So everything is just sort of empty in here. We could maybe set up some of these things, but I'm not really sure if they're needed. And then I provide the element, which is app and the container. So I'm okay. It exits with 69. Yes, because I explicitly do that. Okay, Jesus fucking Christ, I'm gonna exit 0. Now are you happy? Like, why am I reading chat? I don't fucking know. So yeah, so let's actually try to do this kind of thing, like, so what if I try to do this kind of stuff? So this is a React GTK. What is that? So React Raylib. Are you gonna? Okay. So this is just a Babel. Okay, so that's understandable. Yeah, so this is because it's literally, what is it called? TypeScript. Finally, it works. So apparently I had to provide like as much arguments in here as possible. I'm not even like, majority of these arguments are default null, false, and defined. Which one did I exactly did I have to provide to make it work and fail? Okay, so let's actually try to bisect this steaming pile of bullshit. Right, let's try to bisect it. Okay, so you only needed 0 in here. Can anybody explain to me, like, how people in their right mind consider this like a good stack? Like, people furiously defend this entire stack in front of me on social media all the time, and they're saying that I'm being completely unfair. How is that not a steaming pile of shit? How is that not a steaming pile of shit? Can anybody explain to me? Like, there is nothing you can say to defend this steaming pile of shit. Are they trolls? No, they are serious people usually, right? So there are serious people. This is not a serious technology. This is not a serious technology for serious software development, and this is very much evident. Look at any software that is produced today. It doesn't work. It's shit. Everything is shit. So there you go. So like, how this is not a serious technology, right? So in a serious software development company, which apparently Facebook isn't, somebody who develops something like that is going to be instantly fired. Just fucking instantly. It's like, what the fuck is this shit? So anyways, so to make it at least fail with some sort of error and not silently quit, you had to at least provide 0 in here. You had to at least provide 0 in here. You know what I want to try? I want to try to upgrade reconciler back just to confirm that it will not do that. It will not do that. And just for a record, the error it failed with, it's missing get root host context. That's the function it is missing. Let's actually save that. Let's make sure that it's like not anything else. All right, so I need to, you know, downgrade. I wish I had comments on JSON, but yeah. Anyway, so what was in here? Let's actually go back. Right, so this is the all the stuff. Right, so I'm gonna just rebuild this entire thing. Yeah, so it's gonna be npm install. Like it's kind of funny how like I like regularly from time to time doing a web development stream where I with a good faith want to give web technologies another try. Like all of the streams where I do web, like I'm doing them in a really good faith. Like I really want to find something good about any of these technologies, and I every time end up being tilted because it's all fucking unusable crap. It is all fucking unusable crap, and it's just like I'm trying to give it a fair chance, and I just cannot. Like it's like I don't know. It's not like I'm not doing that intentionally. Again, like I'm not doing that intentionally. It's all just crap. It's all just crap. If you defend any of that stuff, you are absolute fucking noob, and you never developed any serious software. Seriously, like this is shit. This is just shit. Anyways, okay, so yeah, we installed all of that stuff. We installed all of that stuff, and yeah, so this is the this thing, right? So let's actually rebuild all of that stuff. And again, it is totally fine to make money off of that technology. Right, so like I would probably do all of that stuff also if I was paid for that. Unfortunately, I'm not. Right, so it's just like if you're working as a web developer professionally and you know how much crap all of this stuff is, at least be honest about it. Don't lie to yourself. And like all power to you, keep making money off of the suckers who think that this is good and they need that in their project. All power to you, keep making money off of these suckers because they do fucking deserve that. They do fucking deserve that. So, anyways, yes. We are doing this kind of thing. So I'm gonna try to node native JS, right? It fails with a different problem. Resolve update priority, not get host whatever. Right, and for resolve update priority, I'm adding this function in here, which returns 69, obviously. So native JS, right? So, and it still doesn't produce anything, even though we enabled a lot of different modes in here. Maybe I didn't call enough of the things in here. Again, it's kind of difficult to know. It's kind of difficult to know. But now, if I just bring back 28, I wonder if I have to remove Node.js actually. That's an interesting question. So how is it going to resolve all that stuff? I'm really curious. npm install. Yeah, so, and it's saying that it has to be 18.1. Right, it has to be 18.1. And something like that. 18.1. Something like that. All right, so, and yeah. Okay, so that's pretty cool. And let's rebuild literally everything, just in case, literally everything. And if I try to run this entire thing, it in fact failed. The same code, again, the same code, the newer reconciler just silently failed. This one just silently quit. This one actually fails with this error, meaning that it wants a function get root host context. And if we add this function in here, we probably don't need this function in here. And I'm really curious, what kind of things does it pass to us, right? So it passes a bunch of things in there. It passes a bunch of things. So so let's actually see. Maybe I'm gonna put a get root host context, right? So this is the host context, and also let's print the arguments. Like, what are the arguments? I want to actually do throw abort so it doesn't go and execute the rest of the stuff. Okay, so, and we got get root host context. So I'm not really sure what it expects me to return in here. One of the things we can actually do, we can just like use the React GTK reconciler as sort of like a reference, right? So what does it do on this specific method, right? What does it do? Get root host recon. It does nothing. So so okay, it accepts something that is a container. Okay, so it accepts the type of the container, which is probably this, right? So it gets that, so that's the context that returns. Maybe this is exactly what we have to do in this specific case, right? So right, so let's try to execute again, and it fails now on a different function. This is what I wanted to achieve on the previous session, right? I'm just following errors. I'm just following errors, and I'm implementing functions that it tries to pull off. So unfortunately, if you didn't provide just one little zero, it's not gonna work. It's not gonna work. It's not gonna even error out. Can you fucking explain to me what the fuck what the fuck is up with this shit? Why this zero, which is pretty much a false value? Right, so if I don't provide it, it's probably going to be undefined. It is a falsy value. Still doesn't work, because undefined is a falsy value, 0 is a falsy value. I would expect it to maybe kind of be equivalent to some extent, no? Can they be? What the fuck is this 0 even? Can we freaking debug it? By the way, as I was fucking with React reconciler, I discovered a pretty cool thing, is that Node has its own step debugger, which is kind of similar to GDB. Do you guys know that? It's actually super cool. I really like it, and it's even better than GDB in terms of like UX and stuff like that. You can do inspect native JS, like it's literally node inspect, and you fall into like a step debugger right away. So and bindings, by the way, are literally the same as in GDB. N is the next. N is the next. You can step through, right? So then here is the stuff. I can maybe step into the container, right? I'm stepping into the container and I'm inside of the container. So as far as I know, I can, okay, so this is the second argument in here is tag, right? The second argument is here in tag, and it is passed into a function create fiber root. Okay, so it's kind of, where are we? Where are we? I don't freaking see. Yeah, yeah, I want you to, I didn't step properly, chat. I fucked it up. I pressed N instead of S, and now it's all gone. We have to start over again. So create container, let's actually go here, boom. And I'm stepping into the debugger. So, and can I just see? And this is the tag is passed into the constructor of new fiber root. Okay. So then it is passed into create host root fiber. Okay. And if tag is a concurrent, okay, so let's actually look a little bit, like take a bigger picture. Right, if it is equal to concurrent root, whatever the fuck is concurrent root, it is 1, so undefined is definitely not equal to 1. So that means it will go into the else, which is no mode. But then... Yeah. So I can... like, why 0 then works? Why 0 then works? I don't fucking understand. I do not trust undefined being unequal to 1. Yeah, and it goes false, and it also... What? Maybe there is other if? I don't fucking know. So I already put like a 0 in here. So let's actually remove this kind of thing. Right, so let's remove and try one more time. One more time. So, and if I take a look at the tag, it is... I forgot to rebuild, I'm sorry. I forgot to rebuild. Just a sec. And let's do that. One more time. Step, tag. It's undefined. Okay. Step. Step. Okay. Wait, how did it... Am I don't remember being in here. Wait a freaking second. You did N... Ah, fuck, I'm sorry. Step. So I did N and the... And then, okay, so then, okay, I see. Then create host fiber. Yeah, it goes no. It probably has to. You probably has to go deeper, and then. Okay, I'm like I don't care. Okay. It's just like it's so goddamn fucking annoying. Dynamic languages, I swear to God. So, prepare for commit. So that's another function. So let's actually fuck all of that stuff, right? So it's a steaming pile of garbage. Maybe there's no even point in trying to understand any of that stuff. We're not paid for doing that, so fuck that. Let's take a look at what is a pre-commit. So console log prepare for commit. Prepare for commit. So and let's take a look at the argument. Q is not defined. Yes, it is true. Yeah, I should probably, you know, do throw abort. I should throw abort. And in here, what we have, we do, like, we accept the, basically, like, the container. That's the container. That's the container. So if I want to prepare for commit, like, the React GTK also does nothing when it prepares for commit. Okay. So in our case, we probably don't want to do anything. Let's return null the same way they do. So what's the next function? Reset after commit. It's kind of cool, by the way, that we can like literally trace like what React calls for all of that stuff. So it gets host context, right? So then prepare for commit, then reset after commit, right? So that's what it calls in here, reset after commit. So args, and let's freaking go. So reset after commit, okay. So and also throw abort. Let's also throw abort. Yep. So it didn't like something about what? This is because I forgot comma in here. Look at that. It's a Babel complaining about stuff. And I also forgot an extra dot in here. Oh boy. Okay, so, and we just accept the container as well. So what like GTK does, it also does nothing apparently. Okay, so, but it doesn't even return like anything at all. The next one. So the next one is a get child host context. Get child host context. What does this thing do? It also does nothing. All right, so so there's a lot of like empty functions that just do nothing. Let's just do nothing. Okay. So let's put it like that. So this one is going to be get child host context. We're going to just print this entire thing, but does it return anything? So the context is just this. Paid by hour. Yeah, but paid by lines of code, right? So it's just paid by lines of code. Right, and none of, like, majority of these functions, they are not even needed for our renderer. They are not even needed for a renderer. So what's the next one? Should set text content. Okay, so what is this function? It doesn't even exist in here. Interesting. So should set text content. Am I even searching for this thing correctly? Am I like maybe? Oh yeah, there it is. So what does it do? So it looks at, okay, so it accepts type. Okay. Are you guys entertained? Is my suffering entertaining for you? Okay. So suppose like you're suffering at your job, and then you come home, watch me suffering for this from the same technologies as you do on the job. You guys enjoy it, okay? So can I just copy paste this shit? Yeah, we're gonna be copy pasting code. You copy paste code from ChatGPT. I copy paste code straight from GitHub, from the same place. ChatGPT copy paste code. How about that? Fuck that shit. All right. So here is le properties, and logger. They're using logger. Who fucking uses logger in 2024? Console log. I want to keep that. I just want to take a look at what is the type. So this is the type, and this is a props. So, and yeah. So let's do also throw abort. Okay. I can't see scheiße in dismissed. So should set text. Aha. Well, I mean, this doesn't make any fucking sense. Didn't I abort this? Or did I forget to rebuild? Yeah. Didn't I forget to rebuild? So this is a throw abort. Motherfucker, why don't you fucking fail? Why don't you fucking fail? Big? So because I throw... Did it actually catch an error? Motherfucker. Okay, look at that. So this is a should set context. It caught an error, it suppressed it, and then it called a bunch of other functions, and only then it sort of rethrow it, but it didn't even rethrow it, it reported it, it's... Why? But the cool part is that here is the click me. So this is what we have to do. Here is the click me. Right, and okay, so this is le button, this is le button, and this is le properties. This is le properties, which is kind of interesting. So, and look at this stuff. This is like literally text, isn't it? This is literally text, which makes me think, like, what do we do with that? What do we do with this thing? Should set context text. What if I change the application JSX? Right, and in here you have a click me. What if it's not le button? What if it's div? Right, so inside it has like a div in here. Yeah. Emacs is trying to like sort of indent it properly. I'm not sure how successful it is with all that stuff, but anyways, so yeah, we have to rebuild both app.js and what does it say? Man, Holy shit. So this is a div, and it has children, and then it has properties. Click on meet. Okay, so it goes deeper and deeper and deeper. So it's like it gives you the entirety of the virtual DOM or the fibers things or whatever. So that's what it is. So we're finally at least working with all of that stuff. We're at least working with all of this, which is nice. I really like that. So if I rebuild that, so yeah, click me. That's pretty cool. So what they do in here is that if the children is string, that means we return true. Maybe we can just like do the same. I'm not really sure what exactly this thing does. I'm really not sure what exactly it does, but we can try to do the same. Right, even though like you could have just returned maybe like this, right, without if. But I kind of understand why they did it like that. So what's interesting is that this is probably what differentiates like you know, less experienced developers. Less experienced developers would look at this and laugh, saying, haha, you could have just returned it. But in reality, like this kind of style of programming like lets you very easily add more different conditions like that, and it's just like more natural in here. So and it's like easier to think about these sort of like filters and these conditions if you just think about them as short-circuiting the procedure. Right. Scalability in mind, yeah. So it sort of usually goes into like the habit of doing it like this. So whoever developed React JTK, they're probably C developers. So this is a very much C developer style of developing things. And by the way, I think I should give a tribute to this repo because it really helped me to unstuck with the React reconciler. I really appreciate this repo. So it contained a useful information. So what does it fail? Create text instance. Okay, this one is interesting. So create text instance. And what it did, it created a label. Look at that. So, and a label is probably something from GTK, right? So that's a GTK thing. And it contains the text and stuff like that. So let's actually copy paste this entire thing. So create the console. It has the text, root container instance, and a host context. Not really sure what any of this stuff means, but let's just do something like that. So in here, we're gonna throw a board, right? We're gonna throw a board console log. So text and console log. Create text instance. This is the text. Then root container instance, host context. So this is a semicolon. This is a semicolon. All right. So what does it say? What does it say? So since it kind of actually captures all of these errors and reports them later, it's kind of difficult to see through the logging what is exactly going on. So maybe I should actually wrap it with this kind of stuff. So maybe 30, oh, not really 30, and something like that. Right, just let me, okay, so and it called it several times and completely ignored the, you know, the exceptions. So text, click me with open parenthesis, root container instance and host context. So I suppose we don't care about host context because that's the context that we set in here. In fact, let's actually put something like your mom. Will it be returned here as the host context? So this is interesting. I forgot to, did I save? No, okay. So, no, it's the same. Maybe it's because it has to be child host context. Okay, so this is the root host context, and this is the child host context, Just want to distinguish them. Yeah, that was the case. Right, look at that. So it's the child host context. So you can kind of like you can pass additional information to all of these things, right? So you can have some sort of like a context that is passed around and it's a custom stuff. Your mom and your child. Your mom. Yeah, that's true. Your mom and your child. Your child. All right, so as you can see here, we have your child. Okay, so I'm gonna actually keep them in here so we can like see like exactly what's going on here. So I suppose like JDK doesn't care about root container either, right? It just creates the element, right? It just creates the element. So in both our cases, we're not going to care about this kind of stuff. And so how are we going to be modeling the UI with Raylib? Like I'm thinking of like literally creating a tree of JavaScript objects with a field type. With a field type, like I have it in a container, which denotes what it is. So in case of a text, we can do something like return type, and it's going to be literally text, right? So literally text, and it has a value of the text. In fact, we can like literally call it the text. So, and it's going to be this tree of these things, and then in this loop below, we're going to be iterating, traversing this tree, rendering the UI. I think this is a reasonable idea. So React is responsible for constructing this tree, constructing that tree for us, and then we're rendering it. And yeah, so that's how we're going to be doing that, right? I think it's a reasonable idea. So user data as well to get color from CSS. Well, we can probably do that at some point. Yeah, sure. Okay, so this is a create text instance and so on and so forth. What else do we have in here? So it's complaining about create instance. Okay, so create instance. What is this function then? So, oh, by the way, this works just like that. I just realized that I didn't have to use like a fat arrow functions. Yeah, I forgot that it works like that. Okay, so create instance. Oh my god, our first proper function, right? So it accepts type. I suppose this is like create an element. You create the type of the element, the properties, the root container instance, and the host context. Okay, so that's all understandable. Fat syntax functions. Yeah, fat syntax functions. Anyways, so let's actually print all of these things. So this is the type, this is that, this is that, and this is that. Host, oh, host, for some reason I read it as host config. So console log, I set this. All right, so console, hola. So create instance. And this is going to be type, just type, props, root container instance, and this one is host context. Let's explore. Fuck. Okay, so through abort. Okay, good. Oh, this time it failed immediately. I really appreciate that. Okay, this is kind of cool. Look at that. This is kind of cool. Right, so you create instance type button, right? So, and we can even have like a type node button. Why not? And it has a bunch of properties. Root container, get root host context. So that is weird. Where is the... So create root container, and then it... Where is the closing? Why did it just... Wait. Okay, context, so that's why. Yeah, so because it's through an error. Okay, so that explains it. Thank you. Right, so host context, context. Host context. So we probably don't need that, right? So we already kind of know. So it's specifically your mom, not your child though. It's specifically your mom, so it's more of a global thing. But we don't care about it. So, and this is the, you know, container, essentially. This is the container. And we need to create a button with these properties. And the question is, do I have to create this separately, or am I gonna get this stuff recursively down? Right? Am I gonna receive calls for these things recursively? That's an interesting question. So what are they doing here? They take the properties and they extract all of the properties out of these things, then they delete children specifically. That's very interesting. So they take this stuff without the children, then if the type that you're trying to create is text and children is text, create it as a label. Otherwise create, so they specifically ignore children, which is kind of interesting. So which makes me think that maybe I will get recursively calls to create these things. Maybe I will get like recursively to create calls to these things. But what's interesting is that for this kind of stuff, I also want to create like a text. So I have a feeling that maybe whatever they do in here, like string, is not particularly correct. Can I do some shit like, so maybe I can put a type in here, const type. So then I can do or type equal to number, because I'm pretty sure that 0 is equal to number. So if I do type of 0, it is number. So should set text context. Yeah, so I think it should be that as well. All right, so yeah, let's try to do this kind of thing. So if text not equal 0 and text string. So we create element props. So this is the properties, and then we specifically delete the field children. So maybe I might as well print the element props in here like that. I fucked up something again. So type already declared. Fuck. So const type. Yeah. Let's call it type then. Type is already. Well, I mean, like, I don't care about this in particular, I suppose. I don't care about this in particular, so so children type, maybe that's what I want to say in here, children type. So this one is basically this. All right, so what do we have? So this is just on click. Okay, cool. And then they create an element with this element properties. Which makes me think that our way of creating such element is going to be just grabbing the type of whatever we're trying to create. So just grabbing the type and put it in here, but also spreading all of that stuff like that. Right, because our tree of nodes already has like type field and then the properties, and this is going to be basically the properties but without the children. Right, so that's going to be the idea. Properties but without the children. So, and then let's take a look at the element itself. Elements. So how was it constructed? So yeah, that we constructed type button with on click, and I hope that we'll recursively get you know, calls to these text nodes in here, right? To these text nodes in here. I hope so. I'm not really 100% sure if it will. But then, okay, so if we're creating type text and children is actually equal to string, so we have to create it as a label. And we're appending that to the element in here. That's very interesting. So, but I feel like what we have to do instead is do something like this, like create text instance. So double check type is text. That's very interesting. So this is a text. You know what? I'm going to assert, or maybe if type is equal to text, to do. Right, and then I'm gonna just return element as it is. And again, because React actually catches all of the errors and like doesn't stop immediately. I'm not sure how reliable all of that stuff is, but let's give it a try. Let's give it a try. Above happened add button occurred to create, yeah. So, well, I mean, it never called anything, right? So it failed at append initial child. All right, so maybe it was trying to append those text nodes, not equal text. Yeah, thank you so much. Well, I mean, no. If it is equal text, I want it to fail. I want it to fail because that means I need to implement it, right? So no, it has to be equal text, right? If it is text, then fail. Anyways, so we need to continue. So append initial child, and how do you implement this concept? Okay. Okay, so append initial child, and it's a child and parent instance. Okay, this one is interesting. So parent instance, append child. So this is going to be that, and this is going to be that. All right, so log, something like this, 30, like so, console log, parent instance, parent instance, and this is the child. Parent instance, and this is the child. So what does it say? Expected comma. I forgot the comma again. Yeah. So what does it say? Okay, this one is interesting. Hell yeah. Okay. Damn, this, and it created all of these text nodes. Fuck yeah. Right, it created all of the text nodes, and now it wants to append them. It wants to append them to click me. Okay, how are we going to be appending them to button? Right, so I feel like if we're going to be creating the button, we probably also have to have children, but like just an empty array of children. Yeah, here they are. And then if you're trying to append this thing, we're going to be doing a parent instance. We're going to just assume that every element except text has children. So, and in here we can just like push the child. We're just pushing the child. Okay, so that's pretty cool, right? So we appended all of that stuff. So yeah, it called it several times. It called it several times, and it appended all. Yeah, so we have a button with a hook on click, and here is the children text nodes. We literally slowly reconstructed whatever we did in here. This is what we just reconstructed. This is so cool. Man, I wish it just worked without any bullshit. If it just worked without any bullshit and had a simpler API, that would have been a banger library. So, but what's interesting is that like having a better API is not a reason for success. It's just like the only reason why React succeeded is because it was backed by Facebook, right? So it's just like at that point, Facebook could have just thrown any bullshit library and everyone would just use it. Right, so anyway, which they did. This is exactly what they did. They just like throw some bullshit library and everyone started to use it. But anyway, okay, so this is what we want to do. We just want to append it to the child, right? And yeah. So finalize initial children. Okay, this is really interesting. Finalize, and it's only initial. So, oh, that's all right. So that's interesting. So this is an absolutely empty function. Absolutely empty function. So I'm going to do args. Console hola. So this is going to be that, and this is args. So I also want to make sure that I'm tracing all of the calls in here, because I feel like it's kind of important. It's kind of important to trace all of that stuff. Okay, so return true. Yeah, that's something that we have to do. That is true. That is true. And when we're appending the initial child, do we also have to return? Let's say fucking $1 billion company. It's holy fuck. Yeah, so we don't have to do anything here. All right, next function. So 59 something, yeah. All right. So finalize initial children. So yeah. Oh, it's just like had a lot of. Okay. So finalize initial children. It's an array of button with all of the children and stuff like that. Then button. Oh, it's all of the arguments in here. Okay, so that makes sense. And it has a lot of arguments, right? So which is a type, properties, and a root container, and so on and so forth. None of that matters, honestly. Clear container. Okay, so clear container. What is this function? So what does it do? Remove all children. Remove all children. Let's take a look at this thing. Okay. So remove all children. So I want to take a look at console log. Console log. And boom, like that. Throw abort. And in here, let's take a look at the root container instance. What's going to be there? It doesn't have any children. But we never actually received anything that appends anything to the window, though. Right. So where did we create that window? Wait a second. Type window. We created it in here when we created first the container. Okay, this is very interesting. So what happened probably, it constructed the React component, which is app with button and so on and so forth. It's constructed that thing, and now it tries to append it to the root container. But before it appends it to the root container, it cleans it up, just in case. It just cleans it up. So the way we can actually clean it up, we can just set children to empty array, and that will also automatically create this field if it doesn't exist within the container. I think it's a reasonable thing to do. Right. So yeah, so I think it's a good implementation. So, okay. What else do we have in here? So what's the next function? Append child to container. This is exactly what I predicted, right? So this is so cool, right? So if only it just worked without any voodoo magic, it would have been fucking awesome. But it just like, it requires some like sacrifices of virgin web devs to actually work. Yeah, fucking know. Okay, so there's a lot of stuff in here, so let's see what it offers us to append in here. So root container instance, logger. Isn't that like a kind of beer, like a logger? Right? I don't know. I'm not an expert on the beers, but I kind of vaguely remember hearing that. Lagger. Oh, lagger. We also have laggers in software development. That's true. So, and here root container instance and the child. Append the child. Abort the child. Abort the child. So, fuck, shit, fuck, damn. What do we have? Okay. So this is le container, and this is le child, and we need to append one into another. So that's pretty progress. And by the way, here is the children field that we just created with clear. So let me see. So that means we can do root container instance children push the child. Push the child. Ah, fuck. Okay, let's go. Commit mount. I kind of vaguely remember the like mounting term in React. Instance commit mount. Oh damn, what is this instance though? So, oh, new properties. Holy shit. So what is, okay, yeah, let's take a look. Let's inspect this entire stuff. Commit mount. So there's also type, but I want to explore the type as well. this one doesn't really return anything. Finally sounds so violent to me. Yeah. Commit mount. Alright. So instance. This guy is committing mounts. Oh yeah. Mounting commits. And also throw abort. Is there a better way to... Oh, I know! Fuck you, React. Fuck you. Try to catch that. Try to catch that, motherfucker. Fucking entire process exit. Fuck you. I'm sorry. Anyway. So this... Just, I need to pour some more water. Just a second. You can't catch that. Can't catch that. Can't catch that. So what are we doing here? So it's an instance. Type Lebatone. Okay, type Lebatone. And it has a bunch of new properties. So a bunch of new properties. I suppose what it suggests us is to say, just apply them. I'm not really sure what it wants from me. So in this specific case, we do commit mount, but it's something from GTK implementation itself. Maybe we should actually clone this entire thing and inspect how, like, what exactly does it do on commit? Data must flow. Yes. Okay, so git clone. Let's actually do depth one. So yeah, React JTK. What was the commit mount? Okay. But we also have to know what the fuck is the instance. So let's actually narrow down our greps. And what is instance? I suppose instance is going to be some sort of a type, and so it should be prefix. It's not going to be that easy, I suppose. Yeah. So there is instance. Instance. Something, I think I see that. I don't want to install like a TypeScript just to be able to jump around and stuff like that, so I want to quickly find what is new prompts. You're asking very good questions. That's a very, very good question. What was commit mount. Commit mount. Reconciler. So this is that, and this is the types. Here is the instance. Okay. So and here is the element. Okay. Render the node. Did mount. Execute deferred operations. Honestly, so this is the implementation of the element, which implements the instance. Okay. So commit mount. So it says mounted true. Reconcile phase commit. So what it does also, it renders the node. So maybe this is where I have to render the node. But at the same time, it ignores the new properties. That's the thing. It literally just ignores the, the property. And it just updates its own internal state. Which I'm not really sure if I give a fuck about. So then did update and changes. So this is like the new, well, I mean, commit, maybe I'm looking at the wrong thing. Mount, what was the commit mount? Commit mount, yeah. So edit mount, yeah, it doesn't, well, we probably can ignore all that stuff. I feel like we can. So native JSX. Okay, it's gonna be instance type New props. Let's keep it like that. And let's just continue. So where is the make? Let's go. Chat. Chat, what the fuck? Did we just construct it? Wait a fucking second. Chat. Chat, calm down. Calm down. Come. Relax. Relax. So what if I now print the container that we just created? Looks like shit, honestly. What the fuck am I looking at? It's a fiber node. Okay. But maybe what we're interested in is this container info, because that's what it looks like. So here is the window and shit. What I'm thinking, so if it's a commit mount, maybe we should, yeah, I feel like commit mounts, since they are rendering on a commit mount, this is where you have to perform an actual rendering. But we have our own event loop, so it's kind of weird like that. Okay, so container info. So this is the container info where we keep all of that stuff. And yeah, so here it is. Here is the actual thing in here. So what I'm interested in is that I want to dig down into the button and I want to click it, honestly. This is what I want to try to do. So look at that. I'm going to even copy paste that. So here's the children of that thing, right? So here's the children and this is the button. So, but it's inside of the list. So we have to unwrap this list, right? So here is that. We unwrapped that list. Here is the button and it has onClick method. I'm gonna grab the onClick method. I'm grabbing the onClick method. Okay, so here is the onClick method, which is a click me function. And what I'm gonna try to do, I'm gonna try to call this function like this. So here's the tracing of the React. Then we are printing the current state of the container and then we're clicking it. And then I'm gonna try to print the container again. If we did everything correctly, I hope at the end of this entire process to see that the state of this entire stuff has been updated. So that's my hope at least. That's my hope at least. Okay, it failed. Ooh, okay. So now React, this machinery, this evil ass machinery is trying to update itself. That's so fucking cool. So anyway, let's take a look at that. So this is the tracing of all of that stuff. Then we printed this stuff. And I suppose here we perform the clicked. We might as well even, right, put something like this. Clicking the button. It's alive, exactly. Clicking the, yeah, there we go. So we clicked the button and it started to churn. It's, holy shit. So it updated its state already, so it's trying to render click me one, right? It does a bunch of calls in here, and then the bow error occurred in the button component, right? So and what it wants to prepare for update. Damn, it's holy shit! You get old properties and new properties and you are supposed to do a div between them? Anyways. Okay, so update payload. Real shit begins, yeah, I suppose. So it was actually kind of easy to render the first like state of the component, but now updating that state. Ooh, oh boy. Okay. So let's put it in here. That's a lot of crap. Damn. So though I'm not really sure if we care about root container instance and host context, we already kind of know what's in here. We already kind of know that, so maybe it doesn't matter. So I'm more interested in these four little things. Okay, so, and we're supposed to return something in here. I don't really know exactly. We have to return some sort of update payload. So this is the container. We know what it is. Host context, we know what it is. You know what it is. Okay, I'm gonna remove that, and I'm just gonna grab all of these things, and maybe I'm gonna use a little bit of Emacs magic. So console log. I'm gonna. That's a bit weird, but okay. Boom, 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 boom. Cool. Honestly, it has to be the other way around. But who fucking cares, right? So nobody cares. Let's remove that shit. So console log. So it's new props and prepare updates. Okay, here they are. And by the way, process exit. Let's not let it do anything. Okay. So what do we got? Prepare update. So this is le button. Then this is button, and then we have on click, and then children, and on click children. So, and I'm not really sure, do we ignore the children though? Do we actually ignore the children? So what do they do? Surprisingly, they don't seem to be ignoring them. They take old properties and new properties and merge them together. Is that how they do that? So, and then they look at the keys. This is the weirdest way to merge them together. Like, what the fuck? But I suppose... What the fuck is this code? Okay. So if I have like a foo, and I have a bunch of fields in here, right? I don't know, F1, F2, F3. So 1, 2, 3. It overrides all. Yeah, I feel like that's what it does. So bar. So let's actually start with 2, which is 69, 3, 420, and 4, 4. Like that. So here's the foo, here's the bar. If I do something like this, right, what happened, and just bar. So I suppose I'm gonna get 4 fields in here. Okay, so it finds the union of the keys of the new and old properties. It's a union of them. Okay, so it found the union of these things and it iterates these keys. So it uses this like for let key in thing, so which only gives you the keys. Yeah, so it only gives you the that's a very funny way to do that. I mean, it's a valid way to do that, I suppose. Okay, so and then it takes old property and new property, and if something is not equal, it adds that key to the list of okay, this is kind of cool. So it computes the diff effectively, right? So it computes like what properties needs to be changed and stuff like that. So if I have 2 undefined, oh, it's probably not gonna happen, right? So if one key exists in one set but not another one is going to be undefined and another one is going to be sort of value, and you're going to end up with like a sum value equal to undefined, and it's going to be false, right? I mean, actually not equal, which means that something is updated. That specific property has been updated. So that's what's going on in here, I suppose, right? It just collects the differences. But what's funny is that it doesn't exclude children, and children is a list, right? So does equal, triple equal perform a deep comparison of the lists? Does it perform a deep comparison of them? It doesn't, right? It probably performs the like object comparison, right? Yeah. So, but then if I try to do something like that, yeah, it doesn't perform the deep comparison of them. So, which is funny. But I mean, maybe this is exactly what you wouldn't do on the children, because if children have updated, you have 2 lists and their references, or whatever this equals comparison is going to be different, which will indicate to React that you also need to update children. But then the question, what children do you need to update is, yeah, so it's I'm not sure what exactly is going to happen here. So, but it's properties, right? So I suppose it's a specifically React property, right? On click and children is specifically React property. So I think React is aware of this property. And if I tell React children have updated, it will probably handle it properly. So, okay, so that's totally fine. Okay. So it has this structure, which is props and styles. All right. So it also takes... So if it has styles, it also tries to update styles. That's kind of funny. So, but do we even have styles in here? Yeah, we don't even have styles because we probably set none. Yeah, we set none, so it's not going to be applicable in here. So then we compute like a update payload, whatever the fuck it is, right? So we check if the length or that, this is our update payload. And we also notify the GTK system about the update. That's kind of interesting. So because we're passing all of these changes to the thing. So I feel like we can copy paste this entire stuff, right? So computing of the diff of the properties can be just copy pasted in my opinion. Right. So this entire stuff is in fact valid. Right. Yoink. So, but we will have to get rid of all of the TypeScript stuff. So I don't think this one is important. Well, I mean, the entirety of this thing is not important. So it's props and styles. So I'm not sure if prepare update is important to it. Yeah, this is probably where we do that. I can't see shit. Prepare update. Prepare update. What does it do? Changes new properties. Then it. So we'll update. Why? To do make it work, am I right? To do make it work. So what am I looking at? This is a good question, by the way. This is a very good question. And then we're supposed to return this update payload. I suppose this update payload is something that React recognizes and does something with these properties and styles, right? So that's probably what's going on here. So let's maybe copy paste this entire thing, right? So pretty much copy pasted the entire implementation here. We're not going to be doing that, right? So, but let's. Honestly, it's only needed, like if it's empty. I mean. Yeah, okay, let's actually keep it like that. All right, so I'm gonna put it in here. So this is prepare update. Let's keep it like so. Cool, let's go. Commit text update. All right, that is interesting. So the next function, which does nothing. Interesting, commit text update. Commit crime. When commit crime in React. So honestly, React is a real crime. I just remember the joke that I made in politics channel on Discord. That I suppose like a lot of people in the West don't know that, but Meta, the Facebook company, is officially recognized as a terrorist organization in Russia, right? So that's why all of the services are banned and stuff like that. And honestly, after working for 2 days with React, I come to agree with that. This is a fucking pure terrorism. Like, what the fuck? Like, so yeah, it's just like only a terrorist organization could have done something like that. Seriously. So they showed this blinking, and this is because of the webcam or whatever. And the reason why it is recognized like that is so they have like a legal reason to ban all of the services to control the informational space within Russia. It's not like it's actually true, but it's just like, you know, legal tricks and stuff like that. React is a smooth terrorist, yeah. Terrorizing the developers. Terrorizing the developers. So commit update is not a function. You are not a function. Oh. Okay, so let's take a look at some of this stuff. Let's take a look at some of this stuff. Console log. So let's put it like that. Commit text update. So text instance, text instance, and all the texts. Text. There we go. And also let's process exit 69. Okay, so what do we have? Text. Oh, this one is interesting. So we received 0 as a text, which, ooh, look at that. This is so cool. This is so cool. Old text 0, new text. Wait a freaking second. It got an indication that one of the children updated, and look how it didn't call commit text update on click me. Look how we didn't call that, because click me was not updated. Only 1-0 got updated. Old text 0, new text 1, because we incremented the counter, right? So if you take a look at the actual component in here, right? So this is how it looks like. Damn, it is working as intended. I'm excited not because it's somehow genius or anything like that. I personally, like, deep down believe that all of that is absolutely fucking unnecessary. But I'm excited because I finally managed to make this monstrosity move in the direction I want. Right, so it's just like, this is what I'm excited about, not about this being useful for anything. So it's sort of like solving a puzzle, you know? Sort of like solving a puzzle. Because honestly, like, what exactly useful does any of that do? It doesn't even put anything on the screen. It's the responsibility of the renderer. It's just like churns the data around. It just churns the data around for no particular reason, right? And then eventually calls your renderer, which does the actual useful job. But anyway, so what exactly do we have to do in here? So the React JDK doesn't do anything in this specific case. It doesn't do anything in this specific case, so maybe neither should we. Because yeah, exactly. Like why the fuck should we do anything useful in this regard? Text instance, old text, new text, old text, and new text. So let's continue. What else do we have in here? Commit update is another function. So it was a text update, and yeah, commit update. What the fuck? Type server. Oh, it's a TypeScript thingy. Oh, so commit update function. Damn. And it calls to the JTK. And let me guess, this function does nothing with old and new properties. Let me guess. So I'm gonna go into the element, commit update. Well, it kind of, okay, so it kind of takes the changes, then it renders the node. But I feel like we don't really need to do anything special on, yeah, of course, it does really nothing. So it does something with the rendering, but I feel like in terms of rendering, we're gonna be just rendering in a loop, in an event loop. So none of that really matters, in my opinion. None of that really matters. Okay, so let me see. So this is a commit update. Commit text update, and here we'll literally do nothing. So I'm gonna stop this function. I'm gonna fucking stop it. So we're gonna be console commit update. So yeah, so this is the stuff you have to implement to get the renderer working, and we're not even done yet. And I don't know when it's gonna end, honestly. I have no idea. There's a lot of stuff in here, that's for sure, but I'm not really sure what should I be looking for. Okay, so can I get rid of the tracing in here? So for example, I want to introduce something like trace, which is like true. And in here, I'm gonna query replace console log with if trace do console log. Boom, 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 boom. So yeah, and then I just gonna do a false in here, right? So this is just false because I don't really care about all that stuff. I can't see shit in this mist. Like, where is the children? Okay, so we got this initial thing, clicking the button. Like, is there any way to print the full structure somehow? Right, so is there any way to do that? Okay, so we can take a look at the children, right? So, so instead of printing this stuff, we're gonna be printing this thing. Okay. Wait a second, I didn't do shit, Brovsky. Yeah, it's the same. It's kind of the same, but so what could be wrong in here? JSONify sounds like a good idea. All right. So I'm gonna try to do something like, you didn't commit the change. You're so smart. So okay, stringify. JSON stringify. Okay. So, well, I mean, that's... Is there any pretty printing for JSON stringify? Pretty print. Maybe you really need to commit the change. Stringify, pretty print, null 2. Why do I, like, what's up with JavaScript? They're always having like extra stupid nulls between useful arguments. Like, it's just like, it's so weird sometimes. It's just, what the fuck is this shit? Null 2. Just do like Swift. Require people to have like a name of the field in front of this stuff. Comma. I mean, the compiler will tell me that I'm doing something wrong. All right, so commit the change, but the question is like, I don't fucking know. So I clicked the button, but what do I have to call to commit the change, right? So people tell me they have to commit the change. What do I have to call and where? What do I have to call and where? So what we can do, by the way, we can try to search for on clicks. Right, so we can search for on clicks and see how they are handled within. Oh, doesn't even do anything. Doesn't even have on clicks. So create an element. Do you have buttons or anything? I have buttons. I don't know. I don't know. So maybe we could read this article. Maybe we could read this article on click. So they're at least talking about on click in here. So which is good. On click. So create instance. So this is the host config. This is a host config. They create an instance, and if one of the properties that you're inserting in there is on click, you just add the listener. So for the children, they kind of handle it in a very interesting way. So prop name string, they just set that as a text context, right? So if the children just like text, they just set it. And that's about it. And yeah, add event listening prop value. So is that it? They don't do anything special for on click? Doesn't look like it. I have a strange feeling that maybe we had to do something special for the text commit. So commit. Well, this is a wrong thing. Native JSX. Commit text update. Yeah. So commit text update. And if I try to commit text update. So this is what we probably have to do. Text instance, text, new text. So that's what we probably have to do. So trace, like so. Look at that, look at that. We took this React component, very simple React component. We created custom renderer. That custom renderer performed initial mounting, where we just like reconstructed that component as our custom tree, UI tree, right? Then we explicitly called clickable button. It did something, and it eventually updated the text to 1 in here. So we kind of went through all of these phases in here, which is kind of cool, right? So this is literally custom render. The only thing it's missing is just being able to take this tree and render it with Raylib. Let's go ahead and fucking do that. This is the last step that we have to perform. This is the last step that we have to actually perform. I'm actually excited. Do you see? Do you see it written on my face? Do you see how excited I am to work with web technologies and React? Anyways, so we're going to be doing here. Right, so we begin drawing and stuff like that. Yeah, so we're not going to exit in here, I suppose. What we want to do, we can say render. How should we call our own components? Maybe we should call them elements. I think it's a good idea to call them. Wait a freaking second, chat. Like I was like, to actually render this entire shit, I have to work with layouting. I have to do layouting and stuff like that. And it's kind of like a lot of work. You know what is already doing layouting for me? You guys know what is already doing layouting for me? It's a library that we tried recently, which is called MicroUI. MicroUI. I think we should integrate this mother flipper into our system as well. I think that's going to be pretty cool, because here, there you go, begin window. We already have a node, which is a window. Look at that, look at that, look at that. Here is the window. So that means as soon as we encounter begin window, we can do that. Then we have button, and we can detect whether we click the button or not. They were created for each other. React macro UI, exactly. So actually, by the way, I recently got a couple of comments on that micro UI session from Russians being extremely angry at me for my accent. So, and telling me that I should just speak Russian instead of English. So, and my hypothesis is they heard me pronouncing MicroUI instead of MicroUI and thought this is my actual pronunciation of the name of the library. So, just for those specifically two people, I do that intentionally. I know how to correctly pronounce the word MicroUI. I do know that. It's a joke. I do joke sometimes. Yes. Not every time, but sometimes. Anyways, I forgot how to use this library. I genuinely forgot. So did I have like an example somewhere? Oh, there you go. Here is an example. Yeah. So it's kind of funny. It's just like I try so many technologies, there's so many different libraries, is that like I may solve a problem with one library and next day completely forget how to use it. So oh man, this one is okay. This one is kind of special because it requires a lot of machinery on its own. to just, you know, make it work. To just make it work, right? So because all of that stuff. Though we already have this machinery, don't we? We basically already have this machinery. So who said we can't just copy paste some of this code in here? So we can actually do that. Though there's like, this is a lot of code point to UTF. What exactly do we do in here? But wait a second, what the fuck is this code? Why there's so much crap in here? Just a second. Okay. So, and if I go, so this is MicroUI. Oh, I was using knob. Oh, here's the main. I had a brain fart for a little bit. I'm sorry. Yeah, there you go. So here's the stuff. So this is a couple of buttons, and I can modify the background in here, color the background and stuff like that. So this is the thing. So I feel like mapping that to Raylib would have been fucking cool. That's for sure. Okay, so let's give it a try. I'm going to maybe copy paste. Yeah, I need to copy paste the source code of MicroUI to our thing, which is the button counter. So we already have a bunch of source codes in here, but I'm gonna copy paste this stuff here. So here's the makefile, and this specific thing, it just builds the Raylib C. So what I'm thinking is that we'll probably need to. It doesn't even take into account C++. So none of that is easily usable through C++ unless we actually wrap it with extern C, which is not that big of a deal. I think we can do that. So this is going to be microui.o, microui.c. So, and I'm going to just do wo, w extra, c, microui.c. So let's try to build this entire stuff. So it's going to be make. And we managed to build that. Look at that. So here is the O file. And the reason why I want to do that is because I want to just build it like this. Right, I'm building it like this. So Raylib CPP, and I want to include MicroUI. So we're kind of combining together both Raylib and MicroUI, which means that this add-on should probably not be called MicroUI, right? But maybe that's fine. We'll see how it goes. So MicroUI, and this one has to be extern C, I suppose. We don't really have to do that for Raylib because, as far as I know, Raylib does C++ thingy and with externing and stuff like that. So include Raylib. So does it look? Yeah, there we go. So it searches for C++, and if C++ is yeah, so there you go. So for Raylib, you don't have to do that to prevent mangling and stuff like that, but MicroUI doesn't respect C++, which is honestly based. I have nothing against that, but that just means that we have to do this extra thing. We just have to do this extra thing. Very funny, Ray-san. Very funny. Anyways, let's look into you. It's lonely in here, yeah. It's a bit of cry. Okay, so the thing about MicroUI is that it needs some sort of a context. That's true. It needs some sort of a context. So where is this main.c? So here is the context, and so this ctx, which for the example we just made it global, and I'm thinking that maybe for like in here we have to do the same. All right, so when I'm initializing the node add-on, right, I'm gonna be doing mu init like so. I'm doing mu init, and that's about it. So we also need to have functions that compute text width and text height. which we can also copy paste. Man, I'm so freaking happy that I actually kept this example on my machine, and I can just like now copy paste. Honestly, I didn't expect that it's gonna come so handy. Right, so because I don't want to write all of that stuff from scratch. I don't really want to write all of that stuff from scratch. I already have like ready to use integration between Raylib and MicroUI. So this is super cool. All right, so we can just like put all of that stuff together. And let's give it a try. Let's try to rebuild Raylib node. Let's see how it goes. And it didn't build successfully, right? So there's an error. Font size, it wants to have a font size. Okay, so where is the font size? It's just like it has to be 20 in here. All right, so this is the font size. Does it have any more errors? I don't think so. I think it was the only error in here. And okay, so it failed to link cannot. So yeah, you have to compile it with a position independent code. And this is something that we probably have to put in here because we had it, yeah, we had it in here. Yeah, we had it in here. So let's compile it with this stuff. We can maybe put some of this into C flags, right? So traditionally, you usually have like C flags and CXX flags, like so, but let's put them like this. So this is that, and that, and that. Do we need any of that stuff in here? I didn't think so. Though, one of the things I want to have in here is probably GDB. So, wall extra GDB shared is not really needed in here. Alright, so let's see how it's gonna go. Okay, seems to be working. Seems to be working. Now, Raylib CPP. So we initialize the context, and the next thing, main.c. So we also have to set the callbacks. Did I set the callbacks? I didn't think so. Yeah, we have to set the callbacks for text. So here we do the usual thing to, yeah, so set the target FPS and so on and so forth. Here's the cleaning up. This one is interesting. So input mouse. There's a lot of interesting code in here, by the way. There's a lot of interesting code. For example, handling the mouse. And I feel like we need to put that into a separate function. This is the function that we're going to be calling from JavaScript periodically on each iteration. Right, so this one handles the mouse. This one handles the keyboard. We don't really need to have a keyboard input yet. Right, we don't really need to have that. So then we do begin the context, right? So this is where the begin the context is. This is where we end. We're probably going to have like a separate functions exposed specifically for that. Then begin window, end window, right? So this is something that we also need to expose. And the only thing that we need to implement in here is probably button, mu button. And then this is a very important part, by the way. It's handling the commands, right? So because the way MicroUI works is that it gives you the list of the commands, right? So after updating and stuff like that, you have to iterate them and you have to interpret them yourself, right? And this is basically the interpreter for these commands. Yeah, okay, so this is a pretty straightforward path, which is not that difficult to implement. You just have to go through that path. And already streaming for 2 hours. Thank you so much for like React for that. Honestly, like this is what happens every time I work with web technology. I spent 2 sessions making a button. Like think about that. This is a 4 hours to create a working button. Infinite content. Well, I mean, infinite content doesn't mean infinite watch time, right? So it's just accidental complexity. No, honestly, this doesn't feel accidental. Whatever I saw in React, this is pretty much fucking intentional. This is fucking, these motherfuckers did that intentionally. This is not accidental. This is definitely not accidental. So intentional screwing, yeah, maybe. You know what? I'm gonna just quickly pour myself some water. This is not a break. This is not a break. I'm gonna pour another cup of water. And we're gonna try to tackle it because we're almost there. Like I just have to take this machinery, just feed it into node add-on, right? And then call this function from the node add-on, and we're gonna be it, right? So my goal is just have a MicroUI button which I click and which updates the counter. That's my goal. Right, so just super quick, just a couple of seconds. I'm gonna pour some water and we're gonna continue. I'm back. So how's it going? How's it going? It wasn't too long. Hydration was a thing for network problems. Just use offline applications. Okay, so what do we need to do in here? What do we need to do? So we need to grab this stuff, put it in here. So how are we gonna call this function? Something like MicroUI. So update input, right? So this is what we're gonna be doing, and we're already writing bindings for V8, right? So this is a function that is going to be a binding for V8. And what they do, usually they accept this function callback arguments, right? So that's what they do. But what's interesting is that we're probably not going to be handling any arguments in here. So what I want to do, I just want to do this thing, right? So just mu update input. And in here, I'm going to just do node set method experts. Right, so this is the functions mu update input. Mu update input, that's the function we're going to have. Let's try to rebuild the whole thing. That's pretty cool. Can I now go and maybe require Raylib node? There we go. And I didn't see shit because it didn't compile. Okay. So error context is not defined. That's understandable. This is because, oh fuck, yeah. So I forgot that I'm programming in C++ and that you have to like declare shit up front. I keep forgetting about that, sorry. Okay, so yeah, that seems to be working. And if I try to do that one more time, here's the mu update input. Here's the mu update input. That's pretty cool. So now, if I go to native JSX, so what are we doing here? We actually create the container, right? Then we update the container. We just update the container. Do we have to update it like every single time? That's a very interesting question. I feel like we don't have to update it every iteration. We probably have to update it on... Yeah, I'm not sure. Like, because it's going to update itself when I try to click anyway, so it doesn't matter. None of that really matters. So we begin drawing, and this is Raylib. And in here, I'm going to do mu input. What was the update or update input, right? So we are updating the input. Then we do begin drawing. Right, so just the usual thing. So, and in here, what are we doing in here? We have to do mu begin. So, which is not that difficult to create, honestly. Because we already have context inside of the plugin. So that means we just like, we don't have to parse the arguments. The most annoying thing about Node plugins is parsing this stuff. This is extremely annoying, honestly. Right, so because like you have to do all of these things and it's just like, anyways, so let's do, so we have input update. We're gonna introduce something like mu begin, right? So this is a mu begin, and we're gonna just map it to mu begin. So, and this is super easy. Look at that, mu begin, and similarly mu end. It's kind of interesting how today's stream we're tying together the work from MicroUI stream, yesterday's stream. And like a lot of different sessions are kind of coming together like today, right? We're combining together the work of them, and I didn't plan that actually. Well, I kind of vaguely planned it, but I didn't expect that it's going to be like come together this way, right? So it's kind of interesting. So this is going to be begin, mu begin, mu end. So mu begin, mu end. Magnum opus. Okay, I guess it is. So here is the begin window. Ooh, this one is a little bit annoying. Right? So because that means I have to parse all of that stuff. Though, yeah, I only have to parse the string. Yeah, that's true. I only have to parse the string. So the rectangle, I can hard code the rectangle. It doesn't matter. I don't think it matters. So the begin and end window. So and there's several windows in here. Okay, so did I compile everything? Did I not? So now if I try to require, so this is a mu begin and mu end. Cool. Native JSX. So when I start drawing, this is inside of this stuff. Raylib, mu begin and mu end. So here's the clear background. So we start the mu stuff. Might as well actually start using scopes just to sort of encode nested things. Right, and that should be it. By the way, let's try to run node native.js. I'm going to rebuild it just in case. Yeah, so it is running. So there is a window like that, which is nice. So what we have to do, we have to start maybe iterate, like traversing the container info. So because if I try to print, what was it called? Container. So process exit 69. So what was the name of that thing? Container info. Yeah, it was a container info. So that's the thing I care about. We need to have a function something like render element. So render element, and it's going to just accept the element. And in here we're gonna switch upon the element type. And this is where we're gonna be just like rendering all of that stuff recursively. Container info. Right. So render element container info. Right, and if it's a window, for instance, and we do have windows in here, so this is going to be window, because this is literally what we're creating here. So if it's a window, we'll have to call that begin window thing in the mu container. Yeah, so begin window. In fact, we can actually predefine, because I don't plan to create several windows, we can kind of bake that into the framework. Right, so because of that, I can say that Raylib mu begin window, right, with no parameters or anything like that, and then I'm gonna end window. So I probably have to break. Do you have to do breaks in the case branches of switch in JavaScript? I don't quite remember. I think you have to do break because they were copying C++. Okay, so and then here, then I have to iterate the children. So child in element children. Is that how you iterate internal things? If I have stuff 1, 2, 3, 4, actually it has to be 69, 420, 37. And if I do let x in console log x, yeah, it's indices. So you have to use off. I remember that one of them is indices, another one are actual elements, but I can kind of never remember which one is which. Excuse me. Right, and yeah, I'm gonna just render the elements like that. So this is the child. So case. So what other types do we have? Or what other types? I think the other types we have is button, right? So that's another type in here. And so how do we do button? Mu button. Oh, this one is actually really interesting. So we can do Raylib mu button. And so does the button have, oh, honestly, I don't remember. So it usually has like text. but we implemented it the way that text is a bunch of child text elements, which is kind of annoying, honestly. Which means that we have to take the children of the button. So yeah. So let's actually do the following thing. Exit 69. Well, I mean, we can just do through abort, right? Or maybe even to do. Default is also to do. Okay, so if I try to render the element, it probably will crash right away, right? So, yeah, because it's exit 69, so we have to get rid of this stuff. What else do we have in here? So Raylib mu begin window is not a function, yeah. So we need to introduce that function at least into the C++. So this one is going to be mu begin window. And in main begin window, so this is how it starts. So it returns true or false, and this is because, if I remember correctly, because it can be closed, right? So we're gonna assume that it cannot be closed, and in fact I'm gonna just like copy paste it in here. So you know what I'm thinking is that we have to set the title to the name of the framework we're developing, or renderer. So this is a React plus Raylib plus MicroUI. How would you call that? So you can shorten MicroUI to mu, because that's the usual shortening. Raylib is shortened to Ray. So maybe, yeah, Raylib, okay. Ray mu Ray. Murray act. Remuray. Yeah. I think that's a good name, MuReact. And I think this entire add-on has to be renamed to MuReact, but it's too much effort right now, so I'm not going to be doing that. I can do that later though. So I'm going to end window. And we're not supporting latest React reconciler. We're only supporting the one which is 0.29. We're not going to be supporting the future one because old React is better. Fuck the new React. Anyway, so end window, and when we end in the window, end window, right, so this is just the context, we're gonna put it like that, and hopefully, yeah, we also need to register all of them. So begin window, right, so mu begin window, so end window, begin, end window. All right, so we'll probably have to rebuild the whole thing though. Okay, so all right, so do we have okay, so it tried to actually and 34 it tried to render the button, right? So as it tries to render the button, let's actually do console log log element, right? So console log element, what do we have? And yeah, this is exactly what I said. Like, we can't really it's kind of difficult to tell, right? I want to be able to render something as text. So buttons children can be only rendered as text. So we need to have something like render text element. Yeah, render text element. So the idea is the following, is that we only support elements that have type text. And did we call them text with capital letter or small letter? I don't remember. Yeah, so they are small letters. And in this specific case, I just take the element text, just return it like that. Otherwise, if it's something else, we're gonna throw an error, not text. Yeah, something like this. and I'm gonna iterate the children for let child of element children. So this one is gonna be like a label. Is there any string builders in JavaScript, or do you literally just concatenate a bunch of strings like a pleb? Or, right, do I understand correctly that you just do it like that? You can join things. But I mean, that means I have to do maps. Backtick and dollar. No, this sucks. All right, so this is what I want to do. Right, so I want to iterate through all of the children, render them at text, and then immediately concatenate them into label. All right, so I have to do it like that, like a pleb. Right, so, okay, understandable. I mean, I didn't expect anything else from JavaScript, to be fair. Now, if le button, and by the way, does le button, yeah, le button has on click. Raylib mu button, and I just put a label in there. Okay, and if it got clicked, one of the important things I do is I take element on click and I just click it. We finally merge all of these things together. This is absolutely fucking epic. I love it. Did you really expect JS to have strings buffers? No, and that's exactly why I asked. I didn't expect anything. I have very low expectations for this platform. So very low expectations. Okay, so it's button and mu button. All right, so get that. Mu button, mu button, mu button, button. God, блядь, button. So how do I? Excuse me. Mu button. Aha. That's very straightforward, I think. I just do button and just label. So now we have to parse the string, but I don't remember how to do this. So here's the title. So the way you do that, by the way, is that, yeah, you do it like this. You do it like this. So first of all, you have to have arguments. We're not gonna check the arity at all because I have no time for that. We need to get the isolate. Isolate is the instance of V8 engine, right? So we are working on the level of V8 engine. Imagine somebody looking at the title of today's stream, seeing React, and we are programming in C++. What's interesting is that tech got so fractured that an average dev won't be able to actually see a connection to what I'm doing with React at all. Even though I'm like directly writing a V8 plugin that I'm going to be using with React, people got so hyper specialized that they can't see a connection. For them, I'm doing something unrelated to web. I'm doing something unrelated to React. And it's kind of a sad state of tech, honestly. It's kind of sad. It's actually kind of sad. But anyways, so we're taking the first argument, converting it to a string, right? And then we're turning it into UTF-8. And then we're leaking. That is very interesting, actually. Is that a good idea? But honestly, we don't have to leak it because we only have to pass it to button kind of once, and that's about it. Let it leak, let it leak, let it leak, oh, let it leak. Memory costs nothing, let it leak. All right, so does it return Boolean? It returns an integer. So we need to return a Boolean. So I remember that was a return, yeah, a return value. So, and you can, we already kind of developed everything. We already have everything. So this is going to be results. Returns Boolean. So this is, yeah, this is a new one. You have to literally create like a whole freaking node just to return a Boolean. Okay, so this is how you do that, right? So we call a function. It's a lot of shit, but I mean, that's what you have to do to work with V8. Don't you love it? No. Okay, so let's do le rebuild. Le rebuild. Oh my god, it compiled. So let me see what we have. Where is the native JSX? Okay. Oh fuck! Why did it fail? Did I forget to put a break? I did in fact forget a break. Look at that. Honestly, break in switch cases was a mistake. Honestly, it was a huge mistake, but not really. So this break shit comes from the times where people were primarily programming in assembly and were only migrating to higher level languages. So this is more like emulating labels and goes tos rather than match case like in Rust. Right. So it's kind of like a, I don't know, like a leftover from all the languages. Right. I forgot the name. There was a smart name for this kind of stuff. Anyways, let's fucking go. Oh yeah, I forgot. What did I forget, chat? I forgot to interpret the MicroUI commands. So it's not over till it's over, motherfuckers, right? So we can actually take this entire engine and we can maybe put it into mu end. I think that's a good idea. So let's put it in mu end. Mu end. Where is the function? Yeah, so mu end, and then we are interpreting the commands. Sounds good to me. So let's rebuild everything, just in case. Okay, so there was an error in here. So what exactly is the error? Unclip direct. Ha. I'm not really sure what the fuck is unclip direct, but oh. I remember this one. Okay. Yeah, it's kind of a weird thing, but anyways. Can we make it static? Is it even static there? It's not even static there. Anyways, let's go. Big rect. Yes. Okay, everything compiled. Everything compiled. It's a very small ass button, honestly. New React. You know what I forgot? I forgot to set up layouting system. So that's why it's so fucked up. So in here, one of the things we want to do, we want to set like a rows. So we want to create a layout row. And let's do that. When I begin the window, I also set up the row. Well, I mean, I have to rebuild everything, obviously. So you're missing L in the lick me. Haha, you're very funny, my friend. Oh, it doesn't click second time. Fuck. We managed to click it one time though. So it's a button that you can click one time. Man, what the fuck? Why doesn't it click second time? Fuck you. Do I have to also update like a on click? I feel like I also have to update on click things. You have to unclick it first. Do I have to unclick it first? I didn't think so. This is very sus. Even increment works. Kind of. So something, we're almost there. So there's a last problem that we have to resolve. And I'm not even sure. So second click didn't do the trick. So here is the commit text. And I have a strange feeling that I have to commit something in here. Like commit update. Yeah, so because we had to do something specific on commit text update. But that means that we have to do something specific on commit update too. For example, like on click changed. So I have to maybe set a new on click into the button. Sounds reasonable to me, like why not? So let's go ahead and try to do that. Try to maybe, yeah. So here are all of the things, and I'm gonna put them in here. I'm gonna put them in here. So update payload. And this one is interesting, right? So wait, is that the same update payload that, you know what we have to do, chat? So it literally returned probably the same update payload that we put in here. It is going to be here, and we have to iterate it. And the properties that got updated, we have to set them into the instance or something. Damn, this is probably what I have to do. Anyways, so let's remove all of that stuff. I think that we're on the right track at least. So yeah. So this one is gonna be console log. So notice how we're just like jumping from very low level where we work with C to high level where we work with React and JavaScript. So this is what's called full stack. And it's not even, and we don't mean backend. This is a front-end full stack. Front-end full stack. Down to C++ to V8 and stuff like that. So that's what it is. Front-end full stack. So I'm gonna grab that, console log. All right. So, and in here I want to probably do something like process exit 69. Okay, and it fell. Yeah, look at that. This is update payload, and we updated children and stuff. Interestingly, but I mean, text got updated, right, didn't it? Text got updated. But do we have to update the children as well? I feel like we don't have to update the children, so we have to exclude them. So anyways, so we don't have a style. That means in update payload, I'm going to take the properties. Can I delete the children? Because I think they're not needed in here. Delete the child. Delete the child. So then we're going to be iterating this entire thing. So for let, so there's a for let. I think we have to do off in this specific case. It's kind of interesting that React GTK doesn't handle that at all, but we have to handle it. So update payload, and effectively, so instance is that thing. That's cool. Instance, let's call it prop because it's a property. Prop, new props, prop, like that. I think that's what we have to do, chat. So because like it probably creates a new instance of click me function. If I take a look at the app.js, honestly, yes, right. So if it recreates the component every time, it's going to be a new instance of this function. So it has to be reset as well. It has to be reset as well. Yeah. So let's go here, like so. Let's rebuild everything from scratch, just in case. All right, so now, let's go. Fuck. Cannot convert and define or null to object. Okay, Line 3, I don't know. Native, okay, so line 110. That is kind of weird, but... Did I fuck up something? Like, I don't quite get it. So... maybe... yeah. Did you mean arrow? Where do you mean arrow? Where did I mean error? Where JavaScript? You need 4x in T. Do I? Because we have a list of these properties. Just a second. We have a list of these properties. If I do console log, process 69. Yeah. Wait, there was no... wait. So if this is our custom type, why do we have to do all of this shit where if it's empty we just do null? Why not just like... why not just let it be whatever the fuck it wants to be? I think it's kind of stupid. So here is the changes. Yeah, fuck you. If it's a custom type, I can just like do it myself, I think. It's not needed, I feel like. Alright, and then here, if I just press that, yeah, there we go. So I can do that. So now, and I feel like it has to be off because I need the values of them, right? So yeah, so I need off. I specifically need off in here. So all right, so not text. Ooh, this one is interesting. This one is interesting. What is it then? Console log element. So what do we get? Click me. What is it then? Oh, it's just got... ooh. It got text without this thing being an element. I don't get it. It didn't update it properly. So you forgot to capitalize T in text. No, I didn't. What the fuck are you talking about? So we got this thing. We got this thing. Payload update. Actually, yeah, I excluded children and something went wrong in here. Maybe that's what's wrong in here. So if props not equal children, this is the new property and I have to update it. Props not defined. Prop. We created a custom renderer for this React application, chat. This is a React application that is rendered using Raylib, right? Raylib. This one, this library for game development, and MicroUI, a library for UIs. We brought them together. We created a Node.js plugin that brings them together, and we created a custom renderer for React application to do this kind of stuff. And the React application looks like this. It's a very simple application. It's already rendered thing, so let's take a look at JSX. Yeah. app.jsx. So this is how it looks like, which is really freaking cool. So we can update something in here. This is in fact React. So let me close this entire window. Right, so we just updated this entire thing. We have to recompile the whole thing. App.js. And it says this is in fact React, but it's rather small in here, right? So maybe we can just increase the button in here. I don't quite remember. Yeah, maybe we can make it a little bit bigger. So that requires a compilation of the whole thing, of the plugin as well. That was weird. Oh yeah, because I wanted to rebuild everything. Yeah, there we go. So this is in fact React. So it's kind of cool. So it cannot support all variety of different elements, right? So you have to just go ahead and implement them. But the whole sort of like a skeleton of this render is already there, right? So we established the entire stack. Now you can go ahead and just like add more and more meat on top of that skeleton. So, and yeah, that was a horrible experience, honestly. But I did it anyway, right? So I do not give up that fucking easily. I do not give up that fucking easily. I said that I'm gonna implement a custom React renderer that uses Raylib for rendering, and I fucking did that. I fucking did that. So there we go. Here is Libaton. Let me quickly run it one more time. All right, so yeah, so here it is. It's really fucking cool. So there is a scroll in here. I can even scroll in here. Like this is automatically created by MicroUI. Look at that. It has scrolls and shit. Yeah. So you can like turn that into a pretty cool thing. In fact, maybe you can like integrate together like this plugin with the Node.js interpreter and just sell that as some sort of like an epic UI framework, like which competes with Electron or whatever. So it's actually not that hard to like do this kind of thing. So did you figure out how to compile Raylib for Android? That's a really weird out of context question. I do not understand. So yeah, so do you guys like this journey? Did you guys like this journey? It's kind of cool. I think it's kind of cool. So yeah, I'm not really sure how exactly I'm gonna post the sessions, right? So because it's 4 hours, right? So it's actually more than 4 hours. So it's gonna be like a 5 hours or something. So I want to concatenate them together, but it's gonna be like a really huge ass session. So we'll see how it goes and whether the people will watch it or not. All right, I guess that's it for today. Thanks everyone who's watching me right now. Really appreciate that. Have a good one, and I see you all on next recreation programming session with Mr. Azozin. So yeah, love you all. Mwah.